Dude still hasn't gotten up. That's starting to get worrisome. I think I'm just down a person for the rest of the mission. Cool. And most of my remaining people are very low on health. One of them literally has 1 health. So that's cool. Where's my target? My target. Thought it was over there. There it is. There it is. Well, let's start moving out and then find out what happens when we TPK. Because that's what's gonna happen.
Foes are near.
Yep.
Be wary, my brothers.
They're gonna murder my face off. There's not a lot I can do about that. Gotta tell you, lack of healing really sucks.
As you will.
Go figure, right? God, every 4 turns I get a new debuff. That's just bonkers. Okay,
Here to serve. At your service. Your command.
okay, so let's scooch you up here.
At once.
See if this triggers the group here. It did not. So that's good to know.
As you will.
Good morning, Blade Cheval, Sean, Lord Harrimont, Loner, Consul Hot, Oculus, Noctis, and Pocket Jazzman. What's going on? But not J. Palmer. He was too slow. No hellos for Pete. Okay, hi, J. Palmer. Oh, great. There's another Pat right there. And one right there. I'm just surrounded by death. And I am not doing hot. So my literal only hope here is to beeline for the bloom and try to burn it down before I die. That is the only hope that exists for me. So we're going to do another one of those little tests.
Chaos stirs within the shadows.
Of course there's another pack over there. Why wouldn't there be? I legitimately don't think I'm going to do this. I think we're going to find out what happens when we TPK.
Your orders?
Well, the reason I started stream about 2 minutes late is because I was sitting here sneezing and hacking up stuff the entire time. If that answers you. We're also trying something a little different with the mic. I doubt anybody will notice because nobody noticed the last thing I did with the mic. But, you know.
I am with you.
Alright, so let's see what happens. Didn't pop the node still. Okay, cool, cool. Terrible, cool. I sound louder. That's funny, because I'm actually quieter. By 3 decibels, in fact. Alright.
I am here to serve.
On the plus side, something I did last night worked, so I didn't start the game... Let me say this differently.
Yes, sir.
I didn't deliberately right-click and start OBS and admin, and it correctly started an admin, as you can see, because the fact that I can... You know, the game isn't a stutterfest. Right? You're not a stutterfest, right, game? Okay, cool. Figure I should double-check that real quick.
As you command.
Oh, this is gonna suck. You have 1 health and no items. You have 1... Okay, okay.
Bask.
Okay. At some point we need to decide something interesting. If we're going to accept a loss in this game. You know, if we lose the game. Because I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. Like, to keep using XCOM 2 as the example. You can lose XCOM 2. Just straight up lose the game. Game over. Now, we haven't done that because I'm good at tactical games, which I know you're saying, well, but Laura, you're getting your butt kicked. And I'm, yeah, that is also a true statement. I don't know what the incongruence here is. Maybe I'm just a moron today. Let's try something. Let's try something. Where's my Purgator?
Praise the Emperor.
There you go. Get over here.
Seeking the tainted.
Can we see him? Nope. Cool. Hey, Dark Day. I mean, that's fair, Blade Trifall. I also don't exactly know how this game works, because it isn't the same. And so I'm still learning it. Hell, I'm still learning the controls. I'm also deliberately taking my lowest level people to each mission. Because, duh, right? Maybe I should stop doing that, because I think it was Golvig mentioned yesterday that we can eventually recruit people better than our existing people. And maybe the game wants me to do that. Because, so let me explain what I mean by that. Over in XCOM and a lot of similar games like that, you want to keep all your people relatively leveled. Like Final Fantasy Tactics is another example of that. You don't want someone to fall behind, because if they do, there will be a critical tipping point where they will never catch up. Because they can't, right? They're just so under-leveled, they can't even gain any experience anymore. So you want to keep everyone leveled relatively equally, so you always bring your lowest level people. It's a pretty standard approach. But if this game has a mechanic, which I haven't seen yet, of course, of churning existing people and turning them into better people, maybe I shouldn't be doing that. Maybe I should be focusing on a core team of 4 who I'm always pushing to be the highest end. That may be my biggest problem right there. This sucks so bad. All right, so let's trigger the mobs. Let's do it. Let's trigger them. There they are. It's a quad. That sucks. That's a mean pack too. And of course, there's a rift.
Enemy sighted.
That's awful. Okay, so Dakota,
Is your will.
you ready for a TPK? Because I'm ready. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's commit to this. So let's send forward our 1 HP guy. I don't even know what use he is, really.
Your orders.
Okay, you can get up here. Perfect. That's exactly where I wanted you.
Seeking the tainted.
All right. Oh my god. Is that all the damage you could do? 1 damage? No, there we go. Okay, that's a little bit better. Jesus. Let's do this, actually. How much mana does he have? He has enough to do this. I think we can actually do this. So we're going to try it.
I must rearm.
Shoot! Didn't see the ammo. God damn it! Okay, so I was out of ammo. So my brilliant strategy didn't work at all.
Yes, Commander.
Okay. That's cool. I mean, it's not cool. It's terrible. What I'm gonna do? Just gonna move you up here.
Affirmative.
And then you're gonna shield up.
Activated.
And you're gonna stand there. You, by contrast, are gonna move over here.
Advancing.
Alright, so he's about to die. Or not. What are you doing?
refrain.
Okay, he's dead. Cool.
I will not yield.
Die! Die! Die!
Now.
Armor remains a fortress.
Can I please? Could you?
I sense the enemy converging.
Are you done? Okay.
My blade is yours. Curse it. Cannot focus.
There is an easy difficulty. I don't know what it changes. I need to look that up at some point. Okay, so... I'm confused. Because I just killed the Bloom, and it still says we're at 1 of 2. Please tell me I don't have to kill the Mage.
Armed and ready.
Because I can't. I cannot kill that Mage. It's not happening. I'm going to try to push through him as best as I can. And I'm going to fail at it. Because I can't kill that guy. Now, let's go over here.
In an instant.
So, do what you can before you die.
Commander, all designated targets are destroyed. Teleportation initiating.
Never mind. So... Alright, well, what do we got? A Terminator armor, with HP and armor. Games and goals. High act. So, I hate to continue to complain about this game's terrible interface. So here's the... this is something that didn't even occur to me until literally just now. I look at that side cannon, I'm like, okay. So it's got +1 ammo and +1 damage over my previous side cannon, right? No. No, there's no comparison. There's nothing that's actually comparing this to my existing gear. So, unless I happen to have my existing gear memorized... I have no way of telling if that's good, bad, or in between. Like, even in addition to the ability, like, at least give me an ability to look at my existing armory over here, right? Like, what are my current side cannons? What are my current, what are these? 4 swords. Instead, what I have is, here's the stats of the new gear. End statement. The upgrade thing is something that can eventually be upgraded once we unlock the upgrade mechanic, which we haven't yet. So what, I'm going to buy all of these. Okay, that sucks. So 2 critical wounds. Not great. Not a lot of experience either, because we effectively only fought 1 pack of enemies. Well, you'll notice we still, at this moment, do not have the ability to look at current stats. What we have to do in order to look at our current stats of our gear is go here, go to the barracks, or actually, I guess we can go to the armory. Never mind. We cannot go to the armory. We go here, go to the barracks, select somebody, go to loadout, go to ranged weapon, get a character who can actually use a ranged weapon. There we go. Loadout, ranged weapon, side cannon, and now we can actually look at our existing side cannons and decide, you know, how good the one is we just got. Sure hope you memorized the one you just picked up, because nothing indicates the one you just looted. So, for example, now that I have all this stuff, I can look and say, this is not an upgrade at all. In fact, it's actually a demonstrable downgrade until I upgrade it and gain these additional bonus things, which of course I can't yet, so instead, it's a flat downgrade. Let's go over here, try to figure out, I think that's the Terminator armor I just picked up. So this is at least a side grade. Gains armor instead of, no, sorry, that's not what I mean. Gains immunity to weakened instead of resistance to affliction or willpower for mana. So there you go, there's... Wow. Also, apparently Evo leveled, and I haven't done anything with her? That's very strange. Yes, we're getting the sanctified kill zone here. Yeah. Okay. So that's cool. That's cool. Everything's cool. We're all cool here. Yeah, so that's technically an interface issue. I don't know what I'm saying technically. It is an interface issue. But it's a different type of interface issue. Cross-referencing is what I usually call that. If I have to go into this menu to check something for this menu, that's not good. Information should be cross-referenced across multiple different menu types. I should be able to see the type of gear I have and whether or not gear is better from my inventory screen, from the equipment screen, from the purchase screen, and from the loot screen. All of those should have the same information. Probably laid out a little bit differently, but all that information should be available on all of those points. So, this is actually our third negative, possibly second. I haven't decided yet. A lot of the pluses and minuses are still in the realm of debating. So I haven't 100% decided which is a negative and which is a positive yet. What I have decided is to check something. That's what I thought. Okay. The tutorial's separate. Although that's a good point. Possibly Yura. It's also possible it never occurred to them. But again, the whole loop I just did, and hey, future me, it's like 2 minutes ago. The whole loop I just did is a good example of why you need that kind of cross-referencing. Because, I mean, I shouldn't have to do this in order to see if an item over here is good, especially since, I don't know if you're paying attention to this, but when you get the loot at the end of a mission, the moment you leave that screen, that loot is gone. So, It's actually worse than what I'm explaining, because it's not just the lack of cross-referencing, you're committing. And if you don't commit to it, I'm saying that wrong. If you commit to the wrong choice, sucks to be you. Yes, I am, Trihexia. I really hope Subnautica is actually a good game. We've been playing some interesting games. Like, Stardew Valley was good. That was awesome. But this has been an interesting last several games or so. Yeah. Anyways, so let me go ahead. So yeah, some of these negatives are codified. Absolutely. And looks like, actually, that's everything that's codified right now. Yep, nope, that's good. So now we wait 1 day for a plot moment to happen. We got to get our mission control guy. We need to get movie announcer guy. We need to explain to you, Commander, how good of a job you've been doing. Oh, cool. We actually upgraded the edict. Okay, I'm going to read this one out. I should read all these out loud, because, as usual, the frickin' tech priest is the best character in the game. Commander, I have reinstated the plasma coils in the edict's reactor. You see, it's the coils that stabilize the gaseous plasma by applying a viscotic atmosphere equal to the mass energy relay and, well, I expect you're familiar with elementary plasma transference theory. I'll reserve a 4-cycle slot in your schedule. We can dissect the reactor's inner workings in person. So, with that unlocked, we can get more tech, or we can get more infrastructure. And I kind of want both, as usual. Like, as usual, this is one of those I want everything situations. But I think I'm going to prioritize that because this is a mechanic we haven't even interacted with yet. And we probably should at some point. Excuse me. Yeah, it only takes 9 days, too. So we're going to commit to that. Okay.
I have studied your report in detail, Inquisitor. It is clear the servants of the Plague God have been more active in your sector. However, there is little evidence to suggest this has grown to the scale of a galactic pandemic.
If I may.
Not yet. To be frank, the Baleful Edict is too damaged to be of use in more active theaters, so I will for the moment permit its continued deployment under your care.
Might I then?
No, you may not. I grant you the use of my ship to keep your histrionics to a minimum, but this is the limit of my generosity until you provide more convincing proof of this theory of yours. I trust that in the meantime you will keep out of the Commander's way and let him serve the Imperium.
He dismisses my research out of hand.
The Grand Master is no friend to the Inquisition.
Are we not allies in this eternal war?
The Grey Knights have served as Chamber Militant for 10,000 years, but Varden Kai has had a sour history with your order. Still, he is a man of utmost principle. If we can more clearly quantify the growing threat of this plague, I'm certain he will offer more support. Commander, what would you have us do?
So I think I know how these work, and it's fairly basic. You could pick a side, which gives you a detriment, no matter what side you pick, or you could spend a resource to not get a detriment. I've seen this kind of thing before in, what are those called? Escalation board games, I think is what that's called. You've probably played one, right? It's a board game where things are bad and get worse at an escalating scale, and the whole point is to either win or stay ahead of the tide for as long as you can before you're eventually overwhelmed, because you will be overwhelmed at one point or another, right? So, we'll burn a resource, because I don't want detriments right now.
Those seeds are essential for my research. My reports should be sufficient.
Excellent idea, Commander. Perhaps a hard sample of this novel corruption will spark the Grand Master's interest and support. I will prepare the necessary wards so that the seed can be transported safely.
Unfortunately, that came with a detriment. So that's cool. Alright, so right now, yeah, let's try out war gear instead of this crap, because this has not been working out well. Although... Oh. Oh. So I was wondering about this. At rank 1, we will always get tier 1 stuff and never tier 2. But at rank tier 2, we actually have a better chance of getting tier 2. You get it, you get it. So obviously I do want to get war gear, per Taquita's suggestion. I have no, by the way, I don't know if I can get rid of gear. I haven't seen a mechanic for that yet. But not reading them, Gum Gum. Very important. You just buy them, make them look nice, you know. Doesn't matter what books they are. You got Mein Kampf up there. It's cool. Let's see here. So, hey, Linkelda. I mean, the Long Dark was a long dark of me working and then 2 weeks of me being sick 3 separate times. So... So what I'm trying to say is, please kill me. Alright, do I want better ranged weapons, melee weapons, or armor? Because I get 1. Or I could start trying to requisition knights. Replacements. As mission rewards. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Because I'm definitely going to add more gear. So that I might embrace the sweet, sweet release of death. Yeah, as much as I absolutely hate to effectively hinder myself, because if we get replacement knights, it means we get no tier 2 gear for an entire cycle, which hurts. But it does mean we'll have access to everything, all 5 categories. And then we could decide what we want. I think, if nothing else, for the sake of testing, that's probably a good idea. No, a cycle... Oh, sorry, when I say a cycle, it's like 40 days, I want to say. Something like that. 50 days. Whatever. Let's do it. Let's commit. It is 60 days. Excuse me. So we're locked into that for 60 days. Cute. Okay. We have a lot of people injured. Like, a lot of people injured right now. All but 1. We have 3 people out and 4 people injured. We also cannot recruit anybody new. So we might have to dump people. Which we can do. We could churn them into requisition. That is a thing that's possible. This really does feel like a bit like a mobile game, doesn't it? Alright, so... we can't get over there in time, can we? No way in hell. Alright, so let's get centralized again. East or west? Listen, Huthor. My men are hungry, okay? West. Alright, let's do it. And we'll just sit here for a minute. Everyone take 5. Smoke if you got them.
Commander, the latest communique from Titan contained an emergency directive. Our brothers in Strike Force Cigaris have been actively suppressing an emergent technophage virus in the sector, but they have become pinned in the Dironan system. I have marked the location on our map. Honor demands we relieve them at the earliest opportunity.
Okay. Well, before we do that... 1... 2. If anybody wants to be the Justicar who is currently dead, and I may churn, I haven't decided yet. Pick a number between 1 and 100. Actually, no, Euro. This feels like a day job game, which I don't have a better term for. But you know what I mean, right? It's a game that people put together because it was their job, not a game people put together because they really wanted to make a game, right? Now, day day job games, I don't know why that's hard to say, can be good. Just like passion games can be bad. I mean, Drakengard. But this feels like something that people came in for a 9-to-5er. So it looks like we're going with... Hang on. So that's 4 or 3. Or 1. Twice. Trihexia and Dusty Drongo. Pick again. Well, I say day job game, but actually what I mean is just day job work. Because I've seen this a lot. In fact, the first time I ever encountered this was in Star Trek, when I started really digging into the behind the scenes of how Star Trek Voyager was made. Most of Voyager was a daytime, or a day job show, whereas most of DS9 was a passion show. For better and for worse in both directions. Now I gotta wait for Trihexia. I've always solved that. Anybody who wants to be the other dude, which is a Purgator, which is a ranged character, pick a number between 1 and 100 again. Well, no, they made it because it was their job to make it, Blades of All. Someone said, hey, we're making this game, and you're working on this part of it. And you're like, okay. Do I have a favorite day job show, movie, or game? Probably something by Ubisoft, honestly. Ubisoft puts out a lot of what people usually call paint-by-numbers games, but some of them are actually really good. Maybe Assassin's Creed Origins, off the top of my head. So it looks like this one's going to be... I don't remember if Black Flag was a day job. Why do I have such trouble saying that? I need to come up with a new phrase just because I can't say my own phrase. A 9-to-5 game. I don't know if Black Flag was a 9-to-5 game. I'm actually not sure. Yeah, Valiant Hearts, that was a passion game, no question. That was a, we want to make this game. It happened to also be good. So it looks like it's going to be Blade Travell? Yes. So this is Blade Travell.
Vask.
This is going to be Blade. Pick a number between 1 and 18. Also, helmet or no helmet. Okay. 17, 13, 17, 13, 12, 9, and 9. Nice. I like it. So, Trihexia, are you there? Well, I head over here. What? No, stop, stop. What are you doing?
Commander, our prognosticators detect an imminent threat in the latest bloom eruption.
Pick a number, Trihexia.
Machine sickness born from the bloom's propagation throughout the sector. This must be the technophage encountered by our brothers in Dyronan. Significantly enhanced enemy forces are anticipated.
Oh god, it's a hard mission.
Strive to suppress this threat for the sanctity of the Imperium.
Okay. Whatever. Alright, so we've got the Agorium, or whatever, up. But no prognosticators. Cool. Well, let's get some resources going.
We have restored functionality to the Augurium and should review our Prognostica Choir.
So I was like, oh wait, no, I don't want to do that. I want to go rename What's-His-Face to Trihexia. But I can't because tutorial.
When prognosticas are attuned to a system, they will extend the mission timer in all adjacent systems.
Okay. Do I have to? I apparently do. Well, then I should probably pick a system that is adjacent to many systems. For math's sakes. So this is the most connected system right here with 6 connecting points. A few others have 5. 2 others have 5. Savacom has 4. So, sure. Okay, now. Okay, can I go? Jesus Christ, game. Okay, so. Where's the other one? Is it you? It's you. Character. Trihexia. Okay. So let's go do the hard mode mission. No, this is exactly how it looks, Gum Gum. I can tell because it's right there on my screen. They would never lie to me. Well, no, it's totally valid, Von Falkenstein. It's one of the reasons why I keep bouncing around the idea of just ejecting the periphery. I've said this so many times. I know you probably haven't heard me say this before, Von Falkenstein, because nobody cares about the rewrites. But one of the core tenets of the rewrite is, can we fix it? If yes, to what? If no, eject it. And I've been running into a wall with the periphery for a while. Honestly, I'm fine with just completely ejecting it. There we go. Thanosing it out of existence never was a thing. Like I honestly don't even really think it's that relevant to the fall of the Star League, for God's sakes. What am I doing? I'm looking up the donation thing. That's what I'm looking at because the thing is working. It's amazing. So, thank you, Savacom. As always. Trying very hard not to sneeze. It's harder than I think. There's just a sneeze. It's just sitting there going, I'm ready. I'm ready. Yeah, we can also just make it the Borderlands, but why? You know? It's just the Borderlands. What's going on over there? Nothing. Okay. I am not a sun sneezer, thank God. Okay, so that would be Ruby, Suikoden 4, and Suikoden Tactics. You got it. Thank you again, Sonacom. That's right, if you don't have Hicks, I mean, what do you have? Can we honestly say we have a civilization if we can't look down on someone else? Okay. Jesus Christ. Alright, whatever. Let's do this hard mission. And die. Because that's what's going to happen. I don't know what that means, Gum Gum, but I am definitely sus.
This planet is home to a recently abandoned outpost belonging to the priesthood of Mars. I detect a weak Grey Knight locator beacon emanating from the central complex. I will deploy your brothers as near to the source as possible.
Hey, we get access to everything. Apparently we can get a Purgator from this. The glorious deed is to win the mission in 16 turns. Let's save. We haven't reloaded yet. If anybody knows me, you probably noticed we haven't been reloading. That's because my usual approach to these is what I call like a soft hardcore mode. Or soft Iron Man, excuse me. Because I dislike Iron Man mode options for reasons I shouldn't have to go into, but I like the idea of an Iron Man mode. In other words, don't reload a save. So, we're going to do a safety save. And then we're going to start it. I think we will go ahead and try the deed. Let's do it. Let's do it. Hey, Lune Ruth. As my voice gets more and more pathetic. Okay, so this is great. At least we have a healer this time. So we're already bringing Blade. So let's bring Claw. And let's figure that out. Hey, Lieutenant Leroy Jenkins. Double checking a couple of things here. Can I... Nuzlocks for days, Shadow Machine. Except never. Never! It's also probably easier to animate, but if you think about it. Because all I have to do is a flashy effect and a zoom out and a zoom in. No need to animate a drop pod or a shuttle or nothing. Just really cheap and easy to do. I could probably do that. It wouldn't look any good, but I could do it. So first of all, thank you, Nithrius. We'll put that towards Felseal Arbiter's Mark. I got the thing there and I got that there. And I've got that in the... Yeah, no, I'm good, I'm good. Commit. Like, you see what I mean, right? There's some flashy light and some... They don't even do a special effect. They just do a zoom out on a model that they already have. There's the special effect. Sploosh. Little lightning thing. That's it. Really easy to animate. Now, I refuse to look at Blade Traval's tip, because it's against my religion to get tips from Blade Traval. Let's see, it says here, you are the worst FF4 rewriter I've ever heard of, and I hate every idea you've ever put out. Okay, cool. So thank you, Blade Traval, for your frank assessment of my writing capabilities. I do always appreciate. And I will jot that down for several things. Let's see, so that's going towards... Stranger of Paradise. Dragon Age block. And the FF14 Patchwalker. Look, if you've ever played RimWorld, you know that the religions, they call them ideologies, can be weirdly specific. It's a thing. Anyways. Whoosh! See? See? Quick lightning effect and done.
Initial Auspex readings indicate enemy...
Is that a dreadnought?
Recommend an expeditious advance towards the source of the signal.
Surely our fellow brothers are engaged with this menace.
Okay. Yeah, last Saturday, after stream, I was really sick. And I couldn't go to bed because it would screw with my sleep schedule. So, I basically just plugged in the chair here and played RimWorld for a bit. It was the same save I was showing off Saturday. Okay.
With haste. Chaos smells within the shadows.
I'm not even sure the Covenant would be a regional power, to be completely honest. Like, the Covenant are certainly strong, but, like, they're no Flood, you know?
With haste.
Yeah, Tau. I'd agree with that. They're right up there with the Tau, which is technically an insult.
Taking position. What is your will?
I mean, it's okay. I'm actually really good about going to bed when I'm supposed to go to bed.
Moving out.
Especially when I'm tired and sick. I'd like to say that I don't have the one more turn problem, but it's more like I don't have the one more turn problem anymore. When I was a kid, Let me tell you about a game called Civilization 2. Right, you already asked that, Jay Palmer. Sorry, and I was a bit confused by it, because there's actually multiple Modern Warfares on the list. So let's rewind here for a second. Let's freeze the whole game. Let's hit the stream breaks. Get some stream breaks going. We need the stream breaks. I don't know jack about 40k lore. I am stupid, dumb, and ignorant, so I don't know anything. Alright, so... In fairness, Civ 2 wasn't really the one I sank my time into. It was just like my first strategy game. Alpha Centauri. I had something like a dozen manually crafted custom factions. And I don't mean like stupid things. I mean, like I actually put a lot of time and effort and work into custom factions in Alpha Centauri. I played way too much of that game. Warcraft 1 would be a huge net negative, Triaxia. Warcraft 2 would probably still also be a net negative. Okay, so there's Modern Warfare 2. Where's the other Modern Warfares? Is it in the FPS block? Yeah, the problem, you'd probably think, but Warcraft 2 is a good game. Warcraft 2's map design, which is kind of a big deal in an RTS, is not great. The unit design is actually pretty decent, especially for the time. And the story construction, flow, difficulty increase, most of those are cool. What's the name of the block? Help me out here. I'm having trouble finding it. It's not under FPS. It's not under shooter. It's not under Doom. Warcraft 3, by contrast, does hold up to this day. But don't mistake me. Warcraft 3 does still have... Oh, it's in the queue! Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so I apologize. To be very clear, the queue and the list are fundamentally different concepts. This is just for everybody. The queue is stuff that's been long since funded and is in the queue. It's stuff we're going to stream. The list is stuff that is potential. And the two I keep track of in completely separate areas for very obvious reasons. So anyways, apparently we're playing Modern Warfare 1 and 2 soonish, it looks like. Okay, so what are the chances of getting Modern Warfare 3 out of that? Got it. Cool. So what that would require is for you to, I'm not putting dealer's choice on it. Let's just start with that, because screw that game. But it would require enough people to donate for Modern Warfare 3 to effectively fund Modern Warfare 3 by itself sometime in the next, it looks like about a month or so. That's what that would require. So you guys will be the ones deciding that, not me. As usual.
I am with you.
If Warcraft 3 is out of this, there are ways to play the original. They are frustrating and irritating, but it does exist. So speaking of Warcraft 3 for a second, let's go back to that. So Warcraft 3, you might think, I mean, Reforged is just a... You might think Reforged is just a graphic pack, right? It's just a visual overlay. It doesn't change anything, right? Wrong. Because that's the funny thing. You know how... Let me use a specific example. In Sonic 3, Sonic and Knuckles, certain different versions of the game calculate movement differently. Now, if you're just sitting down to play Sonic 3, you'll never notice that. It doesn't matter. But if you know Sonic, if you're really good at the game, or you're speedrunning it, or you're tassing it, or you're doing a challenge run, or you're doing a review, those little differences, those unique detail changes matter, right? So Reforged actually changed quite a few little things. tiny little things, specific triggers on maps, or the way it calculates certain damage types, or the way it calculates spread on some of the spells and their AoE and their targeting and so forth and so on. So Warcraft 3 Reforged did a lot of little changes, and most of them make the game worse, my opinion. It's the kind of stuff that, again, most people probably would never even notice unless you already knew the game pre-existing. But knowing the game, it's like, oh, God. And especially in a strategy game, that does tend to matter. Those specific variances change how the game plays. So it would fundamentally change the review, which is why I would rather not review Reforged if given a choice. Now, thankfully, it is possible to play Warcraft 3. You just have to know what you're doing to be able to play Warcraft 3. So I can do that. We can do that if Warcraft 3 is around. Sorry for the long answer. I just wanted to go into that a little bit. Where's my Justicar? There you are. Get up there, Icket.
Knights!
That's true, Huthor. That is the redeeming fact. I actually agree with that. You little snot. Okay. Wow, this is... Jeez, you guys just spread out to the winds, didn't you? Look at that. Yikes. Oh, I'm not even talking about the out-of-game stuff. Like, the fact that they decided to make Reforged replace the original, that sucks, but it doesn't affect the review of the game. Because that's how that works, right? Let's go over here. Our last of our AP there. Hey, Miho. Hello, Mr. Red.
Get out of there!
Let's get rid of that, shall we? So I mentioned some triggers being wrong. Let me use a specific example. In the Blood Elf campaign of Frozen Throne, which is actually the human campaign of Frozen Throne, there's this bit where you have to clear, it's the first or second mission, and you have to clear these fortresses and towers. But unfortunately, they actually screwed up the trigger for that. So what you have to do is clear them and then move units off of them and onto them and off of them and onto them and off of them at one point or another, hoping that the trigger will recognize that the units you've already killed are no longer present on the trigger zone, because they literally just flubbed it. They just screwed it up and never patched it because they abandoned Reforged immediately. That's a straight-up bug, but it is an example of a changed trigger, which makes the game objectively worse. And I hate to use the word objectively, but in this case, I think it qualifies. Yes, Mihawk, that is correct. We are the Grey Knights. Are you my teleporter? No, you're my teleporter. Yeah, that's another thing. Mission timing is something that is just kind of an across-the-board screw-up. In some cases, it's not just triggers, but, like, events will happen off. Some cutscenes will play wrong, or too quickly, or too slowly, and so they'll just kind of look wrong. Little stuff like that. Not game-breaking stuff, but stuff that just makes you go... Yeah, exactly, Huthor. Which is funny, because that's exactly what it is. Hi there. Have you ever met my hammer? I'm rather fond of my hammer.
Glory to Xiphos!
That's strange.
As ordered.
Not just new models, new effects, new maps. New everything, really. And yeah, they didn't adjust properly. Like, it's such a damn mess. I am frankly amazed that Reforged actually is functional at all. If that's the thing from last week, yes, I am, Huthor. And honestly, they're fishing. they have no idea what they're talking about, which I know is shocking that British Parliament would have no idea what they're... I shouldn't say Parliament. British government would have no idea what they're talking about. But the British government has no idea what they're talking about. And I have no problem saying that. The statement they made is not possible. They're high. Like, do this. No.
Aye, sir.
So I forget the full list of it, but the major thing is, oh yeah, sure, we'll let Microsoft buy Actiblizzard if you divest Blizzard from the situation. So they just buy Activision and King. Now, ignoring the extremely obvious reason that's extremely stupid, here's the problem. It doesn't work that way. Because the deal has already been proffered and accepted. Right now we're in legislation, so the governments have to accept it. But the problem is that, how are you dead?
False angels.
The problem here is that what they want, I've completely lost train of thought. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Because even if, like, they were somehow okay with just ejecting a huge portion of a company that they're trying to acquire for no reason, by the way, for no good reason. The fact of the matter is, they have already proffered and had accepted the deal, right? Now, you're probably thinking, well, what does that matter? Well, let's say that they are forced to change this deal. That means the impetus is now legally, financially, upon Microsoft to accept that the deal that they have a contract for that's already been signed is no longer valid and they are in violation of. Do you know how much of a penalty Microsoft would have to go through for being in violation of contract? I do, because I already told you about it when we were doing a lore week, when I was discussing this whole thing, when this first came up. So, no. That's never happening.
Yes, Commander. I'll add this.
They live in Nana land if they think that's ever even on the table. God damn it, that was my healer too.
The foe bleeds.
Okay, no, that wasn't my healer. We're okay, we're okay. Heal them.
These ones will heal.
Well, apparently there's 3 people over here I didn't even see von Falkenstein. So I'll own up to that. But that's why I put him over there, because there are 3 people over here I didn't even see. And all 3 of them are like, oh, you're over here, blah, 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 and they just decided to take pot shots. Because, you know, he's right there. God damn it. Okay, he's a Purgator. That's why he's over here. Alright, so first thing we're going to do... How much AP do you have? There. Okay.
Feel my wrath.
Dramatic. Did that kill that guy? It did! You can knock people off the edge. That also probably means we can be knocked off the edge. So that's something to be keeping in mind. That's great. Okay, so you get into some cover.
We slay the darkness!
Yeah, I find it vaguely amusing that cover is such an important mechanic in a game where we're playing as Space Marines. I'm not really complaining, it's just kind of strange.
Hey.
It's like Mr. Red. I don't really have a reason to complain about Mr. Red. He's just kind of strange, you know?
Enemy down!
So far, the Heavy Bolter is better for AoE than anything else. It's good for AoE, though. It's the only reason I won the last mission. Let's scooch back here. Thank you very much, Mr. Red Super Bow. Nose to the keyboard. Ah, nose to keyboard bow. No, I have not, Uthor.
Fall, monster!
I don't think I have access to a sniper, but we'll figure that out later. Either way, the answer is no.
Fall! So to the unworthy.
Alright, what do we got left? That just... okay, I believe you, Von Falkenstein. I mean, I don't believe you, and you're lying to me. Again, why do you keep lying to me, Von Falkenstein? It's just a thing with you. Jesus. Listen, we need to talk about your lying habit, okay, Von Falkenstein? We're worried about you. We're concerned.
Standing ready.
Oh, there we go.
Denounce. Blessed ammunition depleted.
And reload, you doofus.
Weapon rearmed.
The three donation rule applies to things that are already on the list. You only have to put one thing if you're putting something new on the list. It's the only requirement.
Vengeance.
You can reload infinitely. Ammo is an AP tax rather than being an ammo mechanic, which I know sounds strange. But it's true. Can you... You can't do anything. Why can't you do anything? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Vengeance.
Okay. Everybody's dead. As it should be. Now let me double check a few things here really quick. So Mr. Red, dramatic pause, put money towards only one thing. Well, that's okay. And it's locked in. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, admittedly, I don't know that much about 40k lore either. But you know how it is. Lore isn't exactly my thing. Dead Rising 1, that's the other one. And then S.A. Ross didn't say anything, so death to S.A. Ross. Thank you, S.A. Ross. Do I have any experience with the Mac? Nope. Speaking as someone who's been a graphics editor and designer for 26 years, no, I don't use Macs. Macs suck. I don't know what... Oh, Coco, the movie. Right. Well, enjoy the pizza. Speaking as someone who uses an iPhone, death to Macs. What is this? Spam. Stop spamming me. Block. Report spam. Jesus Christ. I actually don't know the news you're talking about, Ect, unfortunately. I sure hope that's not going to affect me, because I have nothing but Samsung SSDs. I got like 5 of them. Actually, no, I have more than 5. You know, whatever, it doesn't matter. It was Ross, so we can inform. Okay. You got it. Thank you, Ross. Any Windows laptop brand I trust and recommend? No. Which one of you are Evo?
What is your will?
That's another thing that'd be nice. Maybe have a name over their eye or something like that.
Yes, Commander.
So Evo isn't here. Who do you want me to heal? At this point, I believe everything you say, von Falkenstein.
The Emperor standing ready. At your service. I'll be ready. On the way. My wrath is restored, brother.
So that didn't do anything. Now you're probably wondering why. So I assumed von Falkenstein knew something I didn't, but I was tired of arguing with him. Because you'll notice his health bar has got grayed out. That's because his maximum HP has been reduced by virtue of having gone down. However, von Falkenstein said heal, and von Falkenstein has also been looking into this game. So I assumed that we could actually heal reduced max HP. So I'm like, okay, cool, we'll do that. You cannot, for future reference. You also apparently... Yeah, the critical wound, that's the thing right there. Apparently we cannot fix that. So that's just something we're living with. So this goes back to that ignorance comment from earlier. There's elements of the gameplay that I'm not fully aware of yet. Like how healing works.
Bask. Moving now.
And in turn. Love those warp surges. Possibly. Possibly. Alright, so... I hear something stomping around over here. That's another thing you used to do in XCOM, is you used to listen. Listen for, you know, what's where and how. You know, that's a good point. I actually don't know, Lineru. I'm not sure how it works in this one. But, rather than presuminate, I'm gonna go ruminate. Yes, through the door! That's a dreadnought.
Is all that remains of this squad.
No other Astartes life signs are detected in the area.
Rally behind Brother Krask and eliminate the heretics.
Yep. That's a dread.
More of the Plaguegon's minions.
Just as you foretold.
Nope. Support the dreadnought, I guess.
Come at me now! Overwatch!
Jesus, I know you get a whole round for free because Scatter is dumb, but Christ.
What is your command?
Oh, I actually get to control. He takes up 4 squares. As it should be. Alright, so what do we got? We've got the melee attack. That's a big hit, a huge stun, knockback, and ignores cover. Spread attack. That's a flamethrower. Ignores half cover. Target a blast area, which also does knockback. Almost all of these cost ammo or mana, by the way. Support blast. Adds smoke to an area. Ancient's Charge. Run in a single direction up to range 10 to deal 6 damage and stun with superior knockback. Okay.
Standing ready.
Storm! Your command?
Wow, they have a very superior position, too. This sucks. Alright, this has got 24 health and 6 armor. Which... it's actually probably less than it should be, but whatever.
commands to serve.
Unleash me! What is your will?
I am here to serve.
I am here to serve.
Use.
Aye, sir.
I serve in death. As you will. Yes, sir.
At your service.
One thing I haven't decided if I like yet or not. You're actually encouraged to not take your time on missions for positioning and whatnot. Because there's always a timer right there at the top, the warp energy, which means you're penalized for the longer a mission takes. So that's always cute. I'm not sure if, like I said, I'm not sure if I like that or not. I'd probably like it more if it was more optional, like the bonus thing. Alright,
Yes, sir.
at least one person to go forward. So we're going to do a Hail Mary here, which is not going to work. Yep, didn't think so.
Like true.
Whatever. We're going to take the hit because we effectively can't avoid it at this point. Hold on. Let's try it. Did get rid of their cover, which was
Is empty.
one of the things I was hoping for.
Death comes for them.
I screwed that up. Apparently we don't get oppies on a Dreadnought, which is what I was hoping for. That's why I went up into melee.
I have much more to do.
Eat that! It bleeds! It bleeds!
No, Dreadnoughts don't really bleed.
Another notch on my chassis.
That's true, they can leak.
Unleash me.
What is your will?
See, you go around, J. Palmer. Excuse me. Yeah, I wonder how much repairs cost on that guy. Wounds cost like a month to heal right now, so... No, I encounter that semi-frequently, although that's probably why. I don't, double take over that. No, I double take when someone tells me that Paper Mario 2 is the worst game they've ever played. Hello, Morganite.
Moving now.
This is risky, but I kind of want my tank to stop taking damage over there. So...
I have seen your weakness.
Okay, tank can move now. Perfect, Von Falkenstein. Hang on, stab! Alright, now that Von Falkenstein's dead, as it should be.
Standing ready.
Your orders. party.
Correct. Vermintide is Warhammer. Not Warhammer 40k. There is a difference. But it is Warhammer.
Ready, and surely we hunt them.
Oh, great.
Blessed are our arms.
That's exactly what I want. Oh my god, you guys are so far in here. This is ridiculous.
At once.
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm trying to move the field a little bit before I start committing to that. Oh. Really? Worth it.
Foul intruders. They will
Okay, no, that wasn't worth it at all. That was terrible.
justice. What is you will another justice?
Okay.
I will plow through.
Jackass.
Get up! Get up!
With me, my brothers.
I don't think I prefer either act. I am more familiar with 40k, so by definition, I'm probably more into 40k.
Die! Die! Die!
I will not fail you.
It is their will! Gods, watch over me!
Die! Die! Die!
There, I see one!
Really wish Dreadnought's got oppies. That's screwed with me twice now.
My blade is yours.
Yes, Commander. I am listening.
No way.
Now, show me what you Death marches.
As we in the business say, quit it!
But he was one of the chosen!
Well met, brothers. Come, let us dispatch these foul creatures.
Do we have to? Like, I got a lot on my plate right now, you know?
Yes, sir. More corpses join their ranks.
Wow, that's just an open field of death, isn't it?
Aye, sir. For the Dark Lord!
Yeah, I think we're about to lose the Dreadnought.
Die!
Because I'm an idiot.
Jubilation!
Die, abomination!
Oh my god, can we go? Okay.
I am here to serve. I am here to serve. There now. Good as new. At your service.
Oh no, we're turbo weak. It has been mentioned several times before. We're not even fighting real stuff yet. We fought 2 Plague Marines. 2. These are yahoos with guns. Yeah, alright, whatever.
See them fall, brothers? Standing ready.
I was gonna save it for the northern pack here.
Direct my vengeance.
Standing ready. Your command?
Which I suppose I could just do now. Or not.
At your service.
Because I only have the 1 grenade? I guess Blade already used his grenade.
What is your will?
Okay. That sucks. Screw it. No, hang on. Okay, whatever.
Firing on target. The enemy is... What is your will? Yes, Commander.
What is
My
your
blade is
command?
yours. Your orders.
Can I cannot heal the Dreadnought.
My will.
Your
is
orders?
yours.
Standing ready. Unleash me! Moving swiftly.
I have not played Midnight Suns yet. It's on the list. Sure. Fun fact, once you've crit, you can't pull out of critting. Which sounds like a good thing. And I had AP left. I am so sick to death of that.
I must sanctify my rounds.
I couldn't reach him in melee, and none of them have any movement left. And if I stunned him... See, I could have stunned him and then shot him, but I didn't know I had AP left, because nothing tells me I have AP left when I'm in that screen, so that sucks. But, more to the point, I don't actually know, Dakota. I haven't tested that. I don't... Yes. Melee is 4 directional only. I'm gonna just have to go out in the open. There's no other choice here. And pray.
Opening fire.
See, a crit would have been great there, but it's okay, because that did kill the Overwatch, which means the Dreadnought can move. Okay, hold up. I know I just said I don't reload saves, but I want to see something. I just want to see something. Okay, we do not go over the edge. I was curious. I was quite curious. That wasn't even a comment on the fact that the Dreadnought has to follow reload mechanics. I'm curious if the Dreadnought can get knockbacked, because he's right on the edge of a cliff right now. Oh wow. You actually only get so many reloads per match, total.
My blade is yours.
Interesting. And, yep, can't heal. Alright, cool.
Mask.
Okay.
As you will.
God damn it. God. Ah, okay, okay. Go ahead and reload and then be out of AP, because I didn't see what my AP was at. At least that time I could have seen what my AP was at. But that doesn't change my complaint that this interface is garbage. Specifically the UI, in this case. God frelling damn it. Alright. New idea. Shoot the damn thing. Shoot the damn thing? Thank you.
We are the hammer. Hard. Storm. Taking position.
Armor is something that armor's HP. Okay, good to know that you just walk through cover on a Dreadnought. That makes sense. No damage reduction, no nothing. Each point of armor is functionally another point of HP. The thing is, some damage completely ignores armor. So that's the detriment. However, armor can be generated on the fly, and almost every Marine has a free ability to spend AP to gain armor. The, what's that called? That's a common thing in turn-based, grid-based, AP-based games like that, where you can just convert AP into, I'm defending till the end of my turn, right? It's the same thing.
As you say.
Can you even get up there, Dreadnought? Oh, you can get up over here. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's scooch a bit. Yeah, I agree. It's not actually armor in any way that matters.
We are discovered!
Great. That's what I wanted in my life, was Plague Knights.
Enemy sighted.
Alright, so how many ridiculous free... Oh my god!
The Emperor likes our service.
What is your will?
So in case you missed that, what I was doing was scooching up to here. I was going to get the whole team up to here. Then I was going to poke forward and pop the enemy. What happened was I scooched up here and immediately popped the enemy. Okay. Yeah, you know what? The thing that's pissing me off about the scatter, which is definitely pushing it into negative territory, is it's not just movement. All of them can take all kinds of actions. They can buff, they can overwatch, they can start casting long-term spells. What else have I seen them done? They can do the debuffs. They can debuff us. I think that's actually it. But, I mean, that's everything except for shoot. It's literally everything they can do except for attacking.
Praise the Emperor.
Why don't you get up here?
Moving now.
Yeah, exactly, Von Falkenstein. It's just... what?
I am here to serve.
I don't know, I wouldn't mind not having to eat Gum Gum, although not being able to eat, that's just hell.
My will standing as yours.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow. Well, let's guess right. Take your time. Thanks for taking out my cover. Appreciate you.
No devil shall elude my gaze.
That explains so much. I've actually already said this. This game, in many ways, feels like a mobile game. In terms of its interface design, in terms of its progression, in terms of how it handles its resource balancing.
The Aegis.
And, to be clear, I do mean that as an insult. No offense, Yura. And I'm not Morganite. I guess it'd probably be more accurate to say that what I'm seeing is endemic of bad mobile design. Because I've seen good mobile design. I have. This ain't it. Yeah, that's a full party of Plague Marines. And I've got reinforcements coming from behind me. So that sucks. you choking me with this?
What is your will? My blade is your command. Ready. Your orders.
Okay. Yeah, I'm about to get turbo flanked, and my cover just keeps going away. It's like bit by bit.
Yes, Commander.
Let's get rid of that Plague Knight.
You will rise again.
Yeah.
Unleash me. Bask. Storm.
Let's go ahead and do the big AoE next. Why is your range so pathetic? Okay. Move up. Oh, that's an extremely short range. Oh, that's because I'm using the wrong button. There we go. That's what I wanted. That's also not a great range, so... Let's do what I was originally going to do. Shall we? I would say this game is more frustrating than difficult. Obviously, I've been having issues all over the place, and several of those are my fault. I can point to like 5 or 6 mistakes I've made in this match alone. Mostly because I've been doing things in the wrong order. But... not feeling it, you know? Could someone do me a favor and go Google, what do the difficulty options change in this game? I know one thing they change. If you put it on legendary difficulty, enemies become immune to stun. And I know that because Third told me about it because he hates that idea, and I do too. Like, just removing a mechanic, a major mechanic from the game, so you can never stun people. No executes, no extra crits, no nothing. Okay. But that's the only thing I know off the top of my head.
What is your will?
Let's scooch you up.
Moving out.
And then... odd.
Blessed ammunition depleted.
I continue to serve. Death enters the fray.
That worked out weirdly well. Ah, thank you, Von Falkenstein. So we've got more starting knights, more starting knight HP, less wound recovery time, less HP, less bloom explosions, less aggressive. Ruthless increases HP, legendary increases HP, wound recovery time. You only get 1 resilience, longer research time, and longer construction time. Okay, those are not bad. Credit where credit is due. I was expecting much worse than that. So color be surprised.
Yes.
Yeah, let's reposition forward a bit before we get flanked from behind, shall we? Just as much as we can. Just get up there. Okay, I was willing to give the game a pass if the Dreadnought provided cover. The Dreadnought does not provide cover. What game was that did that? Was that XCOM? I know one of these that we've played on stream had that mechanic. I don't remember which one, though. Maybe it was Wasteland 3. It was Wasteland 3, because the truck. Yeah. That's what I was thinking of. Which was a good mechanic, by the way. Mobile cover. Speaking of which, you notice there's literally no cover here except for this tiny spat of half cover. That's it. So we're gonna do what we can here. And we're gonna scooch up here and hunker. And then also Overwatch, apparently. Sure, why not?
Or not.
So, 2 Plague Marines. Cool. Oh my god.
I am here to search your service.
What is your will? Direct my vengeance.
Here.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, Von Falkenstein. I think we should just go for the tree. Are you? You are. Heal yourself.
Unleash me. Standing ready.
Your command? I serve in death.
My blade is standing ready. Yes, Commander.
Okay. Okay, here's how we're gonna do this. We're just gonna rush the damn tree. Out of cover. Charge as fast as we... Cover doesn't matter against these things anyways. Let's get a heal on you, because you need it.
My wrath is restored, brother.
And then... Yeah, let's start... How's our mana? We actually are doing okay on mana, so let's use it. Yeah, the skull is 1 per mission. It's a potion. I bring a potion to each mission. Honestly, I'm thinking about getting more of those because having any more heals is really nice. I know I lose a grenade for that, but man... Of course, we're out of mana and we're out of ammo. So the only thing we can do now with the Dreadnought is punch. He has 5 health left.
Here.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Barely? Looks like. Yep, just barely. Just do it. Just do it. We need damage. We need damage. Get some damage out. Can the Dreadnought stomp on things? You know, that's actually an interesting question. I do not know. Let's see. Well, yeah, let's do this first of all. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't see the option. So let's... okay.
My blade is ever ready.
Really need you to be way further forward than you currently are. So get way up there. And don't die. That's important too. Preference on not dying. Jesus, can't even do damage at that range. We can start hitting the tree. Screw it. Screw it. Just start doing damage to the tree. Just start hitting the tree. That's a tough one, Pillars of Snow, but I think I'll go with he's a pirate. The Avengers theme is awesome, but, you know, it's mostly awesome because of the scenes it's used in. He's a Pirate is an awesome song regardless. Yep. That's very expected.
Remains a fortress.
2 more Plague Marines. Really? Hit the tree. 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 Small tidbit, the Dreadnought appears to be immune to the lava.
Your aid in this matter was appreciated, brothers. The Grand Master's order remains unfulfilled. I must continue in my quest.
We understand, Venerable Brother, as we have our own mission as well. We will ensure our brothers receive the proper rights.
The Emperor protects.
And you as well.
Lost a resilience on that mission. And yeah, and we lost the Dreadnought, so that's cool. I was kind of hoping to keep the Dreadnought, but, you know. We did get the Glorious Deed. I stopped paying attention to that, honestly. Okay, so we can get a 10 range stun mine. Or a rank 2 Purgator. Or Off Mortis Ghost. Thank you. Silly idea. You know, that'd honestly be nice, Pillars of Snow. And I don't mean to sound horrifically cruel, but god dang it. I get that the point is we're supposed to be undergunned and undersupplied, but holy crap. By the way, Dreadnought, what we just did was a DLC mission. They added Dreadnoughts and that stuff in the DLC. So, woo. Come on. Sorry, give me a second, There. Okay, so, armor that I don't know if it's any good or not. Weapon that I don't know if it's any good or not. Weapon that I don't know if it's any good or not. This actually doesn't look like good Terminator armor, because I happened to bother to memorize what they looked like last time I looked at them. So, I can tell you right now, all this actually is going to do is make it so I get +1 mana instead of resistance to something else. That's it. It's a complete side grade. It eventually has the ability to be upgraded, but that doesn't matter to me yet. That has the auto parry. That's neat, but only 1 per turn. And that has nothing. So all 3 of those are junk. This also looks like junk. Unless it's a grenade, which it is. In fact, we're definitely getting the recruit. We're low on people right now. And getting a person for 1 requisition is worth it. You know, that's a good point, Uthor. I mean, you want to know a game that does a really good job? It's weirdly enough. of the outgunned and outmanned thing. Dawn of War 2. I think we're going to grab the grenade. At the very least, we want to try it out. Yay. Barracks is full. Right. I sure wish I could have known that. Oh my god, I can't back out. I can't back out. So I just spent a requisition getting a person so that I can now turn in a requisition. Okay. Now he's a purgator, so here's what I'm going to do. Blade Terval, go home. That's okay. I'd like to welcome Purgator to the crew. And by Purgator, I mean Blade Terval. Still, for Christ's sakes, surely you could have told me that before I... Okay, so who is this? This is Ikitclaw. Right, so we are... what am I moving towards? The AoE? The AoE, yep. So let's grab that, which... Oh, that doesn't lead to that. Why doesn't that connect? Okay. But yeah, to be clear, I actually rather did enjoy Dawn of War 2. The only downside is Dawn of War 2 is fundamentally a different game than Dawn of War 1. Like, in every way. The fact that the two are both strategy games is about as close of a connection as they have. I should also mention I haven't played the DLCs or expansions or whatever for Dawn of War 2. It's okay with her. I actually already know several spoilers of it because a friend of mine played through it. But I didn't have time to. I mean, they're going to destroy whatever's in their way, Zach, though. What browser are you using, Primark? Because if you're using Chrome, that would be why. You need to use Firefox or something else maybe, but just Firefox is the only one I know that does that. Well, we'll find out because we're hitting the 15-hour mark by lunch today, Jujus. Yeah, there you go, Primark. Chrome for the lose. No offense to anybody who likes Chrome, but Chrome is getting to be the point where it's getting objectively to be one of the worst browsers. Now, I'd say Internet Explorer is worse, but Internet Explorer doesn't exist anymore. And then you'd say, what about Edge? Then I'd say, Edge what? Yeah, Chrome used to be the best browser, and then Google Googled it up. Actually, Alphabet alphabeted it up, to be completely blunt about that. I don't really want, like, any of this stuff. Except for this, which I can't get to. Let's just try this out. Let's just try this out. No, I know, Oculus. I saw that. That's stupid. Whatever. I'm gonna ignore it. I know that now that I'm looking at it, I notice, for example, there's no connecting points to the east. You can't get up here, you can't get up here, you can't get up here, and you can't get down here. Psy Cannon, which I'm assuming is a heavy bolter. But yeah, we're going full tank for the moment. We're gonna just try it out, see what I think of it. That's what I was already building Ikit like.
Report. Area surrounding the outpost has been purged. The Adeptus Mechanicus have begun to return. The ranking Magos Explorator has interfaced via the Noosphere. Message follows.
Barracks full. A tech marine. Game? Hit refresh, Primarch. So now I gotta lose someone else to gain a tech priest. Game? You want to stop pissing in my eye? For 5 seconds? I'm gonna get rid of Trihexia. He's down and he's level 1.
Magos Dominus, this outpost exploits abundant archaeotech caches predicted by our logistic algorithms. The intervention of your undocumented Astartes vessel enables operational restoration. Subsection 3.7b of the Precept of Equity demands commensurate compensation. I will dispatch the necessary materials for the provisioning of tech marines aboard your ship.
Thanks.
Negotiations with outsiders are to be conducted through approved channels.
Nonsense, Brother Ektar. We must secure support for our campaign wherever we can find it.
Concordance. The Adeptus Mechanicus maintain outposts in this sector more readily accessible than Titan. Negotiations will yield further benefits for this campaign in exchange for archaeotech extracted here.
Excellent, Dominus. Please, continue.
One exception, however. Previous infestation yielded forced purging of our servitor stockpile. A 41.6% reduction in efficiency is inevitable and unacceptable. Dominus, logic demands a reallocation of your available servitors for the greater glory of the Omnissiah.
What?
Still feeling confident in our new allies, Inquisitor?
Ignorance. The Omnissiah rewards those who serve. A mutually beneficial exchange is inevitable.
We literally can't acquiesce to the request because we literally don't have 15 servitors. Which is funny because the next thing we're building is something to give us more servitors. So we can say no or requisition. Now, we actually are doing okay on requisition, so I'm leaning towards that. Because the alternative is to just say no.
Innovative. The Magos Explorator will value this proposal, Commander.
Okay. Look at all those wounds. God dang. No, I agree, Kara White Noise. The more I play this, the more I'm feeling like these people have played XCOM and don't understand why XCOM is designed the way it is. And I don't actually mean that as an insult, as weird as that sounds. What I mean is that I see that a lot, where people will emulate something without understanding why it does something, and so the result is just worse. It doesn't work as well, specifically because they don't understand why things are, how the pieces connect. And so they just say, okay, well, there has to be a piece here. And it's like, yeah, it's bullet point syndrome. It is straight up bullet point syndrome. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. So, yeah, that's, like, there's some good core elements here, and I like some of the ideas they have. I do. And there's probably going to be several pluses to gameplay. I know there are not any now, but I'm debating several. But it really feels like they're like, oh, okay, we've got to have limited barracks and long wound time in order to try and emulate a spiral situation where they are trying to force you down and force you to fight against the tide, right? The escalation thing I talked about earlier, without understanding how such a mechanic works. But anyways, they look like cathedrals in space, Gum Gum. How's this game compared to Mechanicus? Is the Mechanicus review current? Because if it is, then there you go. There'll be our comparison once we're done. Having said that, Mechanicus's biggest flaw is it was too long. It didn't have the variety of mission design it needed to justify its length. However, that's one of the only actual complaints I can level at Mechanicus right off the top of my head, because it kind of nailed everything else. The strategic layers of Mechanicus were actually surprisingly inspired for how relatively simple they were. It was a very, very basic risk-reward, explore, maybe get good, maybe not. And it also rewarded you for paying attention because there were patterns as you explored the tombs. The combat itself was, of course, fantastic, and it still has one of the best AP's the wrong word, action economies I've ever seen in a tactical game. Just absolutely phenomenal. Wonderful movement tech, wonderful flow of how the game rewarded you for doing things by allowing you to do other things. We call those momentum mechanics, right? The example I always like to go through for that is Doom 4. In Doom 4, you kill something with X, which allows you to do Y, which allows you to do Z, which allows you to do X. It keeps you rolling, right? It keeps the momentum going. Damn, that sucks. So Mechanicus is going to need an audit at some point. But yeah, Mechanicus had mechanics built into it to allow you to keep it rolling, to keep it going. And it really rewarded you for thinking your way through an encounter. It was awesome. So, what I'm trying to say is that Mechanicus stomps this game into the ground, at least on a gameplay and a story axis, as opposed to the invisible axis? I don't know. Anyways, that's a good point, Von Bolgenstein. Thank you very, very much. Sorry, silly idea, but thank you very, very much. I do always appreciate that support. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will put all of that towards Off Mortis. I'm going to remind you that plural voting is a thing. If you want to put if you want to put that towards 2 other things, you can do so. You don't have to. It's not required. But I'm just trying to remind people that the plural voting system is currently active. You know, that's a good point. That is a good point. So, on the off chance some of you don't know what the plural voting system is, it's actually very, very simple. You donate $2, you pick up to 3 things, 3 things get $2. That's it. That's the system, in total simplicity. Now, there is one caveat, one exception on top of that, and that's that if you want to add something new to the list, that's it. I don't want you to add 3 new things to the list every time you donate. You get to add 1 new thing to the list if you're adding something to the list. But if you just want to put money towards things that are already on the list, 3 things. Okay, so let's see what we're looking at here. Oh, that's fun. So they've got a Technophage outbreak. They've got Technophage elites, whatever those are. There's an Archaeotech cache, there's Apoxis, and there's an unknown minion of chaos. Cool. Win with no critical injuries. I'm not doing that. But if we do win, we'll lose 1 corruption. Yeah, I noticed the difficulty level extreme. That's also a DLC mission, by the way. I don't care, Yura. I know that sounds awful, but the whole reason for the plural voting system is for you. I don't get any benefit from it. It's there to enable you to have a little bit more malleability in what you vote for and how. It's like putting points towards something. I mean, that's neat, but I don't care. That's there for you. I guess I do care. I don't want to say it like that, but the point is, that's customer service. I don't get any benefit from it. Who wins the 40k meta in the end? The Tyranids. Or whoever's chasing the Tyranids, one of the two. I don't think I'm capable of doing that. I'm getting stomped on easy missions, so... Whoop, nope, nope, nope. So what's this one? Medium. And low. So what I might do here is I might go after that. No, I mean the customer. Something I've been getting really harsh about lately, even to my niece, is it's customer, not consumer. And forgive me for sounding harsh about that, but I do think it's an important distinction to make. And you're probably thinking, but why, Laura? Actually, that's not what you're thinking at all. You don't give a damn. But the thing is, I'm just going to say this as bluntly as I can. It has become too common to call us consumers. But the very word consumer carries connotations that are unacceptable. It's trying to push an ever-expanding casual acceptance of consuming something rather than being a customer of something. And there's a lot of difference between these two things, especially when you really zoom in the camera on it. But even ignoring that, even ignoring an everyday, just normal, walking up to the grocery store and asking for something kind of a thing, what we want is to be customers. We want to give custom for something in return. We don't want to be consumers. And there's been a really big push for a while towards this. And I mentioned my niece earlier. She called us consumers. And I said, no, don't do that. And she looked at me weird. And I gave her a version of this speech I'm giving to you right now. And she was like, oh, okay, that makes perfect sense because my niece is a very smart person. But the reason I'm bringing up my niece, the whole reason I'm bringing up my niece is specifically because of the fact that it's become so common for people to be called consumers that my 10-year-old niece has already picked up on that. This is insidious, and it's something that I want to push against. I'll never succeed at it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to willingly be complicit in it. We are not consumers. And Pillars of Snow is correct. That all of this is at the surface level. When you actually dig into what these words actually mean, they mean very different things from a financial, business, and management perspective. God, that hurts. It's right up there with how a lot of other little things, like how subscriptions are becoming the norm for things, which is something that's been slowly expanding as well. I mean, how many years, how many decades now has planned obsolescence be a thing, too?
Their faith ever remains their aegis, Commander.
All right. Evo now has a torso reinforcement. Will require 43 additional days to recover. This augment has no effect on their performance and will not appear in the loadout. They're just out. They're just wounded for 43 days. Cool. You want to hear something really terrible? So planned obsolescence has been around since like the 70s or 60s, right? Probably earlier, but at least here in the States. Look up fast fashion sometime. Because fast fashion is insidious and disgusting. Wow, that loadout. Well, let's look at our Tech Marine. Oh, speaking of which, where's my new Purgator? There you are. Hey! Blade Traval. Good to see you again. I'm teetering pretty bad, Kira White Noise. We'll see how this goes. I don't remember. Blade, do you remember your options? Yeah, no kidding, Dakota. Oh, I don't even want to get into diamonds. 17. Okay, so 17. 13. 12.99. 12. 999. Okay. Welcome back, Blade Traval. It's as though you never left us. So this is a sniper rifle. Hang on. So Evo's currently got the heavy, but Evo wanted to be the sniper, so let's give Evo the sniper. And then let's switch over to Blade. And give you the nuke. So, to explain myself a little bit, von Falkenstein, the whole reason I assumed these things weren't... Okay, I see the issue. So, the whole reason I assumed these weren't sniper rifles, and this is partially my fault, it's also partially this game's terrible interface's fault, is I'm looking at this right here. You can see the mouse, right? I think you can see the mouse. So I see Disrupt Shot. Adds to afflicted, chance to add afflicted, the affliction, oh my god, I can't talk. Activate to add afflict disrupted to this ranged attack. And so I'm seeing this and the scatter shot thing, and I'm like, oh, this isn't a sniper rifle. But I think you're right, because what I should have been looking at is these numbers up here, which are more obvious when they're placed like this over here. Okay, so let's look at our tech priest. Double check it, something. Okay.
Update. We can now requisition specialized equipment from the Adeptus Mechanicus in exchange for our accumulated archaeotech.
Which, of course, we don't have any right now, but we can do that, so that's cool. We can add in servitors, which apparently are summons, if I'm reading that correctly. They get an axe. And a gun. So I can't actually do anything with them yet. Their equipment is locked in because I require Archaeotech to up their equipment. But that's what that is. So, who wants to be this dude? Looks like we can't customize them at all. But we can change the name. 1 through 100. That's true, Kira, I notice. Oh, excuse me. Well, it's a review run, but it's of a run we've already done. Silly idea. That's kind of it, admittedly. God, what's a game we gave a negative for inconsistent voice acting? Either way, it looks like it is von Falkenstein. I don't think that's going to fit. Even Falkenstein doesn't fit. Von... Actually, oh my god, I can do underscores. Von Falken! There we go, perfect. Boom, done. No, I don't think we did this to Mass Effect 1. It's not as bad as it probably looks, Ninja Michael, but I'm not super impressed. FF14. FF14. Give me a second here. Okay, that's what I thought. No, it did, Primarch. It's actually literally the first story negative FF14 got. But I wanted to make sure it was under the story axis, which it is. Okay. Now we wait. Hello, Spartan. I'm sorry for being such an inconsistence. I mean, I didn't mind Ninja Michael because they were consistent after they changed them, barring deaths of actors. I got a lot done, but then I spent 2 weeks being very sick, so not the best long dark I've ever had. Why are you asking me to... We do have enough seeds to progress, so we're going to go ahead and go for that, I think. Oh, I got tons done on the rewrite front. Not only is the FF1 rewrite completely outlined, like I'm ready to start scripting it, but the overwhelming majority of the Diablo rewrite is done. I'm basically just waiting on lines at this point. I have played The Last of Us 2, Boof, on camera, but I've never played Last of Us 1 on camera, no. Diabepa says, returned, except he needs a skull reinforcement, which means he's wounded for 43 more days. Cool. That's great. That's great. I'm very happy about that. Intervention required.
Commander, my research is being hampered by faulty terminals in the Libris. I have submitted multiple unanswered maintenance requests to the Dominus. A detestably inconvenient process, I might add.
Analysis indicates Libris terminals are operating at 2% above minimum operational thresholds. Preliminary assessment determined the malfunction originated from direct physical trauma. The Inquisitor was informed.
You accused me of sabotaging my own equipment.
Evidence. Ongoing correspondence has included escalating overtures of violence against my acolytes.
I will do far worse than that if this does not get resolved soon.
Great. So I can delay construction, delay research, or lose servitors. I should probably mention, I'm not doing great on servitors right now. Did I like The Last of Us 2? That's a complicated question. But put simply, I thought the story of Last of Us 2 was garbage. I thought it was actively really, really bad. So much so that we actually invented a new phrase during the run called world destruction, which is the opposite of world building. Gameplay-wise, it was okay, and yet surprisingly too long. Its mission design and stealth sections were excellent, but the problem was they had so little variety to them because every single mission was really the same as every other mission. And so there were simply too many of them, and by the time we got to the end of it, I was rather bored. That's Last of Us 2. They had some really good gameplay elements. The accessibility features and customization options were fantastic. Very good difficulty design, great AI design. Like I said, the encounters they had were really good, it's just they were all the same encounter. Right? That's the problem. I love Reese's to death, but if you feed me nothing but Reese's, I'm going to find them a little bit old after a while. I'm kind of torn on this. But I'm going to assign servitors. Hopefully this is the correct decision.
Fine, but they're better not damage it further.
Okay.
We have been allocated a share of the archaeotech excavated from this site by the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Ironically, I didn't find Last of Us 2 all that depressing. Last of Us 1 was more depressing than Last of Us 2, and I've played through Last of Us 1. I hated it. I would probably veto adding Last of Us 1 to the list at this point. And I don't remember if Last of Us 2 is, oh, for God's sake, is after the Oblivion line or not. Okay, well, what do we got? What do we got? An extremely difficult mission. Mostly because Last of Us 1 went too far over the line several times for me, Lene Ruth. There's some things I can deal with, and there's some things I cannot. Okay, so that... win with no critical injuries. And get seed carriers. And same thing. Also, a lot of people really didn't understand something I said. So I mentioned how one of the weird things they did was they made, I forget her name, rather sociopathic in the fictional sense of the word, in Last of Us 2. And people are like, I don't know why you're insulting her like this. Just because you don't like her as a character doesn't make her a sociopath. And those people are morons for not understanding what I was trying to get across. Because I was talking about it as the only good thing about her character. The fact that she was so disconnected from everything that happened in her life that she did not have empathy. That she could not understand other people's perspectives. That was what I was going for there. Now, that being the only good thing I could say about her, the rest of her was a terrible character. I have no idea, Ross. Whatever the woman we play as I guess the second time? Or do we play as her first? No, we play as her second. No, we play as her first. I'm right. The woman we play as first, not the woman we play as second. I don't know her damn name. The one who spoilers towards the beginning of the game there, that one. junk. Look at all this junk. That is a rank 3 tech marine, though. You're gonna make me look it up. I don't care. Okay, hang on. The Last of Us 2 playable characters. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, it is apparently Abby, is who I was referring to. Abby was a terrible character, who the only thing she did properly with her, again, was the aforementioned sociopathic thing, the lack of empathy thing. Not a good character. Like, you have a terrible plot which is trying too hard to be a thematic story and fails at it, so the core element of the story flops. Then you try really hard to make all the characters unlikable and succeed, so there's nothing on the character front. Then you have world destruction actively ruining the world building you already designed in your game. There's really nothing good story-wise about that. That's not fair. There's very little good story-wise about that game. Having said that, the boss fight, you know, the only boss fight, was actually a pretty awesome boss fight. I like that fight. Anyways, I don't know why I'm debating this. We're going here. Let's do it. That's the only option. Why are these unskippable? I wished for more encounters like the boss fight, because there really is only the one. And that was a fun encounter. Well designed, well thought out, viscerally engaging. It had good spectacle while still having good mechanics. Like, that was awesome. Win with no critical injuries. Sure. Now, see, I wasn't saying anything very deliberately and on purpose, von Falkenstein, for obvious reasons.
Malchus.
Xanthor.
Oh, for Christ's sakes. What? Oh, yeah, by the way, happy Valentine's Day. I guess. I wasn't big on Valentine's Day even when I was dating, and I haven't been dating since 2005. Yeah, WoW killed my love life. That's definitely the truth and nothing else. Sorry, I'm looking at my question queue here. I've decided to start putting the question queue in my phone. Hasn't been helping. Okay, hang on. So I've got a servitor, I've got one healing, the only healing thing. The apothecary has more mana. Yeah, let's do it. It's okay, Tibdum. Excuse me for screwing up pronouncing that. The story so far kind of sucks, but it's not like bad, it's just absent, right? Like, it's vanilla. It's a wash. Gameplay-wise, there's some cool ideas. The interface and the UI are dragging it down pretty hard, but I do like some of the actual elements of the core combat. And so far, the mission design has been pretty decent. I'm definitely putting an asterisk on that one, because we'll see how good or bad or in between that gets as we go.
Seeding location identified as site of recent Astra Militarum defeat.
All this ripe biomass provides a perfect spawning ground for the bloom. We must stop it here.
Yeah, so far there's been one interesting character and one leaning towards interesting character. I think that's the problem right there, Ross. Of course, I've had good vanilla. Have you ever had bland vanilla? You know, I'm not actually sure. Warhammer 40k goes further back than most people tend to think, but I don't know if it goes that far back. Anyways, the markers and the things that come with the markers, I don't really think they would do much to Warhammer 40k. Okay, so there you go. Does not predate Starship Troopers. I didn't think so, but I don't like to say that without knowing. Because Warhammer goes pretty far back, too, if I remember it correctly. Yeah, let's sweep east first.
Malchus. Taking position.
Your command? Affirmative. Unleash me. On the hunt.
Combat servitors follow their tech marines automatically when he moves. Use the tech marine's ability to execute a servitor's combat algorithms. Interesting. Yeah, no kidding, Caroline. Nice. Well, I mean, that's like D&D, right? Like, how many of you think of Chains and Chainmail, or whatever it was called, as D&D?
As you command. I sense them near.
Was it just Chainmail? Yeah, I think you're right. The reason that came up and why it's been in my mind recently is because I had to clarify, because I've played First Edition, but unfortunately, because First Edition is First Edition, I had to clarify what I meant by First Edition. So, to be very clear, I have played Chainmail. How did you see me?
Arms at the ready.
Whatever.
Your orders?
Well, now my group is very split up, so that's cool. Yeah, Chainmail, not great. Then there's D&D, then there's AD&D. And then there's, actually, that's not even true. There's like 3 editions before we get to D&D. Then we get to AD&D. There's way too many. There's way too many. But that's why we have the phrase codifier. Right? Final Fantasy I may have been the first Final Fantasy game, but Final Fantasy IV was the first Final Fantasy game. And D&D 3rd edition was the first D&D.
At your service.
Complete random chance, von Falkenstein. A friend of mine's, pretty sure it was his dad, happened to have a copy of it, and it was kind of my first real exposure to that. Although it wasn't in the 90s. No, there's actually several Lunar Ruth. Let's see. So FF4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 10, 2, 13, 3. I think all of those are not turn-based. 4th edition, controversial time. 4th edition's a pretty good edition.
Moving now.
What is your will? Unleash me.
That's it. That's the controversial statement. Make of it what you will. Can I pilot this? No, of course not. I mean, 4th edition was better designed than 3rd edition or arguably 5th edition, to be blunt. It had several good mechanics and ideas, which they decided to abandon. Now you're probably thinking, well, hang on, why do people hate 4th edition? I'll tell you exactly why people hated 4th edition. How many of you remember, over the last few months, how Hasbro has been pushing for, past tense, pushing for Wizards of the Coast to be evil dicks, I'm just going to put that as simply as I can, with regards to the licensing agreement for D&D. How many of you are aware of that?
drive.
The reason I bring this up is a surprisingly Hasbro, who owns them, a surprisingly large number of people don't actually remember that we've already been through the same damn thing because we went through it with 4th edition. And that, more than anything else, is why 4th edition is still reviled to this very day. Now, you're probably thinking, but I've never even heard of that problem. And that's very valid, because most people don't even talk about that. But the original reason for the original amount of enormous negativity towards 4th edition was that, not 4th edition itself. The 4th edition obviously had several flaws in its construction. It was designed to be more of a game than it was designed to be a role-playing system. It was also a substantially better designed game than 3rd or 5th edition. Neither here nor there. And it does have its flaws and it does have its foibles, as all editions do. But the original woof against it was because of that.
At once.
I mean, the minion system alone is something that I've... Gee, what?
Brothers, stand ready.
See, I don't believe that, Von Falkenstein. I don't. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but you ever heard an opinion and you don't think the person actually has that opinion? Because I encounter that a lot in my life, where someone says something and you could just kind of tell they're just sort of repeating the thing that they've heard, right? This is something I've talked about before. There's a kind of a common cultural consensus of certain spheres of interaction, and people tend to just kind of repeat whatever the thing is that's repeated in that particular sphere. Yeah, World of Warcraft is a perfect example of this. There's a lot of people who just kind of repeat the regular, the common consensus about WoW. And it's like, because 4th edition doesn't do anything to reduce the amount of role-playing versus 3.5. In fact, 4th edition streamlines a lot of the game playing from 3.5, because 3.5 is a sloggy mess in terms of gameplay. So 4th edition streamlined that down to the point where combat encounters could take less than an hour and a half per, and actually added role-playing mechanics to the game. And so 4th edition is too much game and not good role-playing. What? You get it. You get it. Oh, it was 2 WoW. Sorry, I thought you were saying that... Yeah, okay. I suppose I'm biased because I think WoW is one of the best designed games ever made. And I stand by that, by the way. But I do also appreciate good gameplay, so what the hell do I know? Either way, point being, 4th edition is honestly probably my favorite edition of the D&D editions that have come out to date. Now, I should probably mention that I don't really play D&D. I tend to play custom stuff because that's what I prefer. But for whatever it's worth, that is something I tend to hold to be true. So let's talk about 4th edition a little bit while we're here. There's nothing really wrong with 5th edition, but let's talk about 4th edition for a second. 4th edition added board game mechanics, and I'm going to call it that. Everyone calls it too gamey or too wowy or too video gamey, but let's call it what it really is. 4th edition added board game mechanics to D&D, and I thought that was awesome. So let's say that you're playing as a fighter in 3.5 edition. What can you do in combat?
Just QTN.
What? I missed what happened. I literally wasn't looking. What happened? Why is my tech priest down? By the way, this is the easiest mission. I specifically picked this because this was the low difficulty mission.
Again! Again!
How did a grenade one-shot him? Does he have that little health? Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm just going to pause the game for a moment, because I just can't even right now. So, what can you do in 3.5 as a fighter? You can move, you can use an item, you can attack. That's kind of it. You do have the ability to do things like Whirlwind, maybe if you have a feat for it, but Whirlwind is just an attack roll. You can attack multiple times around. You can charge, but that's a feature. That's, in other words, anybody can charge. So, attack, move, that's kind of it. So let's skip over to 5th edition. What can a fighter do? It depends a little bit on your build. There's a lot of different options for what you can do as a fighter. But for the most part, it actually still boils down to the same general thing. You can move up to someone and you can attack them. You've got a couple of other variants on how you can attack them, but that's it. But then we look at 4th edition. 4th edition allows you to have abilities. In fact, there's a reason they were sold as cards. Again, there's that board game thing. One moment. Do I have them right here? I do. One second. One second. These. No, wrong ones. It's these. Nope, still the wrong ones. Give me a second. Try this. And by this, I mean this. If they're not in here, I'll give up on this. Oh my goodness. Come on, open up. Nope, they're still okay, whatever. Point being, they sold cards. It was stuff you could get. You could also print out your own, which is what I usually did. These are actually 5th edition cards. But whatever, they literally sold cards, and these cards had abilities on them. It's like, here's the name of the ability. Here's how often it can be used. Here's its range, and just it was a freaking board game. It used the what do you call that? The keyword system. It used the keyword system in order to be so that you could look at a card and very quickly understand what everything is. All you have to do is know the language. You have to know what the keywords mean. And everything I'm talking about is everything that I loved about 4th edition, consequently. Because all of a sudden a fighter could do something other than sit there and fight. Now you could probably think, well, you're using the basic class, but I'm doing that on purpose. The whole reason I'm using the basic class of fighter as an example is specifically because 4th edition took the fighter, the boring class, and made it interesting. So now here we go. I've got some specific ones up me. So you've got your basic attack, that's whatever. But then you've also got something where you could do called Crushing Surge, right? If you're trained in endurance, you gain temporary hit points. Otherwise, you get to use this. Yada, yada, yada. Schwunk. How about Tide of Iron is an ability you get. Or Spinning Sweep. Or Comeback Strike. Or Boundless Endurance. You'll get these by level 5, by the way. 4th edition pushed a lot of abilities onto the table for the players to use for basically any class, for every class. And that was awesome. I thought that was so cool. I was fully in favor of that and embraced it, or at least wanted to embrace it, except for the fact that, of course, the people I was playing with at the time were like, no, I hate 4th edition because of the aforementioned legal things I was already talking about. And I was like, oh, okay, that sucks. But each one of these has a little thing here. For example, Comeback Strike, that's a daily, once per long rest. Spinning Strike, that's an encounter ability, once per encounter. Tide of Iron, that's at will. You can use that every round. Keywords. That's 4th edition in one simple nutshell, right there. The fact that people didn't like that confused the snot out of me. You know what? You win, Dr. Winter. 5th edition is better than 4th edition in every way. You win. Let's do... guess this.
You will rise again. Affirmative.
I don't even want to fight this battle. I really don't.
Analysis. Seeding location identified as site of recent Astra Militarum defeat.
All this ripe biomass provides a perfect spawning ground for the bloom. We must stop it here.
4th edition also introduced inspiration. Although it was workshopped a while before it became an official mechanic. So, now that I know that they will see me when I am here, they will see me from here. And I just want to really make this clear, because several of the issues that I've had with this game are my fault, and I'll own up to that. But this is not one of them. I looked earlier. This is an inset. This is a little crater. And then there's this in the way. And then this is a little crater. So I specifically, if you were paying attention, I was moving to here. This was going to be my gather spot before I triggered the scatter. And they saw me from there. Bull crap. It might also be an area trigger. I don't even know if they have area triggers in this game.
I am with you. I am here to serve. It will be done. What is your will?
Oh god, yeah. XCOM had a lot of line of sight bugs. XCOM also, when we were playing XCOM 2, did not know how to handle multiple stories. Like buildings, you know? 2nd floor, 3rd floor.
Yes, Commander.
Just, oh.
As ordered.
I do not blade trail. I don't know if sound is there. I don't know if they use area triggers. I don't know if it's line of sight. I'm presuming everything at this point.
On the way. Malchus.
So we're just gonna actually inch here.
Your orders.
Sectopods plus buildings. I mean, that was pretty funny. In the interest of fairness. Hi, Andrew.
Your command.
Yeah, still, one of the things I actually liked best that XCOM 2 added was that stealth mechanic. It was a little jury-rigged, a little glued onto the system, but in practice it actually worked really well, and I really liked it.
Standing ready.
Hi, Andrew. Are you gonna spot me here?
More horrors invade our realm.
Okay. You didn't spot me, which is... You should totally have line of sight on that, but let's just... Whatever. Okay, whatever. I ain't here to argue. I'm sick to death of arguing today. We're done. We're done. So we're gonna keep inching. I actually found myself wondering if any of these are actual tile sets that you can buy. Anybody know? Because it wouldn't surprise me if they actually used that to determine, you know, okay, let's make a mission set and such and such.
Advancing. Yes, Commander. Unleash me. As you will.
Like, at this point, I'm just guessing. And by guessing, I mean I'm not playing. So we're just gonna scooch, 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 scooch.
I am here to serve. At your service.
Scooch, scooch, scooch.
Sandful.
Hold on, who are you? Oh, you're my apothecary. I've only looked into tile sets for Warhammer, ironically, as tile sets for D&D. Because they usually had some cool ones. If Blood Bowl 40k was a thing, which team would I play? The Orcs! That's a team, right? I know sports, shut up. I do sports things.
Your command?
Standing ready. Moving now.
Hey, random. Happy Valentine's Day. Impossible K. And I know that because Hediori just told me, and Hediori would never lie to me. Ever. Alright, you're my Purgator. So let's scooch you up here. Or maybe... Maybe that's what killed me? That exploding plus the grenade? Hmm. Wow, that's a terrible approach. Look at that.
Moving out.
There.
We are discovered.
I know that voice actor. Anyway, thank you, Hediori, very much.
The swords of justice.
If you want to know up to 3 things you want to put that towards, please let me know. The only thing, I haven't said this out loud before, so to be clear, the only gradient, the only positive I'm willing to give the scatter system is it refreshes your AP when you trigger. You got it, Hediori, thank you. You notice we're at 3 AP even though I just moved. So, that's nice. I still think the scatter mechanic sucks for the aforementioned they get to do actions problem. Let's test something. In the interest of testing, let's do a save. Let's move right here. Surely I should be able to melee this guy right here.
Foes are near. Be wary, my brothers.
Surely I can melee. Nope. I cannot melee at a diagonal. As expected. Correct, Primarch. They can take any action except for attacking. We've seen many different actions that they take. Other than attacking.
Yes, Commander.
Alright,
Your command?
Wow, this is terrible terrain to advance through.
Yes.
It's like a real trench. Yeah, honestly, you know what?
Swords activated.
Tank up.
At once.
Yeah, you can never get the drop on an enemy. It's actually impossible.
Here.
Because like somebody just said in chat, the team just ends, or the turn ends. Your turn gets interrupted by their turn, and then you start a new turn. Wow, I cannot really do much here, can I? Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
Just kind of eyeballing the distance there. I don't want to trigger second pack again. Yeah, it's the other thing. The Overwatch range, like, on the one hand, I was kind of like, okay, I kind of like the idea of having a single cone of Overwatch. However, having played this for about 15 hours now, I no longer like that. I no longer like how they do Overwatch. It's really limited. Now, I really don't want to bundle up, but I kind of have to.
At once.
Because of how extremely limited the terrain is up here. So it's either bundle up or be out in the open. So we're going to bundle up. And let's see how many grenades we get shoved in our faces here. There's 1 grenade. I'm expecting 3 grenades. Nope. Nope, they decided a flamethrower. What are you doing? Grenade or flamethrower? Just a shot. Okay. And an Overwatch. Like you do. Cool. Okay.
I am here to serve.
Standing ready. Titan!
Whoa!
Iolanthus. Unleash me. On. What is your will?
It's a good question, actually.
At your service.
I was just thinking that, Andrew. It's like, you know, but alright, let's just go do this. Let's just commit to this. Ah! I sure hope I have an AP left. Do I have an AP left? I do!
Down!
Execute.
No demon shall avoid its fate. What is your will? What is your will? I am here to serve.
Honestly, let's go and do this.
Blessed are our arms.
Alright.
Yes, Commander.
Let's get you up here.
Yes, Commander.
I think I did that in the reverse order. I should have. Yeah, I did. Well, whatever.
We strive. Slaughtered.
Okay, get back into cover.
These wounds will heal. Gratitude. For the hunt. The fire. The ancient. You cannot harm me. Your orders? It will be done.
Okay, let's try to do this properly this time. Really? He's one... How is he out of range? Oh, never mind. Okay, there we go. Maybe? No?
Waiting for targets.
Okay.
Orders.
Well, hang on. That's confusing, but let's see if we can make this work.
Advancing. As you command.
So now... There we go.
Sanctify my rounds.
Okay, I didn't need to get in melee range for that, but whatever. I'm not even sure how that... I'm still not sure how that mechanic works, so that's cool.
There now. Gratitude. Another battle ends in triumph.
Whatever. Yeah, can we get a tutorial here, game? I could use a tutorial to understand how this frickin' mechanic that you added in the DLC works.
At your service.
Alright, okay. Another hell approach, as they all tend to be. Thanks, Dakota, thanks, I hate it. Oh god, okay. Which is worse, no tutorial or bad tutorial? Bad tutorial, no question. I have played games that have given you tutorials that don't explain mechanics. I have played games that give you tutorials that incorrectly explain mechanics, that give you wrong information on how certain things work. And we're not at the actual game yet, Mike. Come on, we'll get there someday.
I'll land this. As ordered. Your command.
Desert.
Moving out!
Can you heal your dude? Oh, okay, yeah. Heal your dude.
Yes, sir.
My wrath is restored, brother.
The desert's so pretty, Savagum. Although I hate the song that plays during it too, so that's on top of everything else.
Yes, sir.
Just think, someday the whole world's gonna be that desert. Because BOF 3 is a doomed setting for some reason. Like BOF 1 and 2, yeah, it'll work out. BOF 3, yeah, no, the whole world's getting desertified. Desertification. Oh, that's cool.
Wards activated.
I don't know why I'm doing this. End turn. Let's have the warp happen. What? I literally didn't move. I didn't move specifically to avoid that.
God, watch over me.
Like, the whole reason, I had plenty of AP left, you saw it. I was like, alright, let's go ahead and bundle up before we advance. I like how they're like, oh, don't worry, there's some cover, it's right here, in this giant explosive barrel. There's also some cover over here, another explosive barrel. Otherwise, there's this one chunk of, two chunks of land, and that chunk there. There's your cover. Oh, by the way, if you're out of cover, screw you. Thanks, game.
Advancing.
Can't even do any damage to anybody from here. Hunker up, hunker up.
Moving now! On the hunt! Moving out!
Eat this!
I think it gives you bonus armor for 1 round on Falkenstein. Basically, it gives you bonus armor for their round. That's what it actually does. So, like right now, I have slightly more armor on him because of the hunker.
Does he get stung?
That's why he's not taking health damage, he's only taking armor damage. Wow, this sucks. Okay, so...
Standing ready.
I am here to serve.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we are fully Overwatched, suppressed, and have a thing on us. Cool. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna kill the Melta, and almost kill Von Falkenstein over there. But I'd kind of like to avoid the killing if I can. I know that's weird. Jesus.
What is your will?
Your orders, Xanthor.
No grenades. I got nothing.
With haste.
Well, this might knock him out of this. Nope. Didn't knock him out of Overwatch. Okay. There's almost assuredly not going to be Olks in this game. At this point, I'm pretty sure it's, you know, the Nurgleites and the, you know, the Greys, and that's kind of it.
Yes, Commander. Yes, Commander.
Malchus.
Okay. I have a camera. See, part of the problem is I don't want to move too far forward because there's a node right there of enemies who are probably going to run into me anyways, because you notice I can see the direction they're moving, and hey, it's towards me. Oh, that's gonna hurt too. Why does their Overwatch hit so hard? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right. I'm pretty sure literally one step forward is gonna trigger that pod. Okay. Okay.
At once.
Back off. Just in case. You, well, this sucks for you. Like, there's no good answer for you. It's take a ton of damage or take a ton of damage. There's no in between here. So take a ton of damage, and then kill that guy.
As ordered. Slow down.
All right. Get the hell away from that thing. Hello, Trihexia. Yeah, like I said, just back off. Just back off. Okay, you, who are in suppression, can't do anything, I don't think. In fact, hang on. I'm gonna try something. Let's get a save in here. I want to see something. I'm gonna try to Aegis. Okay. That did not activate the suppression fire. It looked like it was going to. The interface indicated that it was going to. But it didn't.
At your service. What is your will?
I don't have any teleporters on the field right now, Von Falkenstein. You're right, though. Teleport can bypass this stuff. Yeah, so end turn. Hold up. No, I can't do anything about that. I already committed to that.
Die, die, die!
Because they're stupid, Trihexia. That's the simple answer.
It is their will!
They probably want some kind of kickback or financial compensation for allowing it.
By chaos!
So, the grenade was next to the cover, and the cover had explosive barrels in it. So the grenade exploded, which made the cover explode, which nuked my guy. Yeah. That's valid, Primarch. That's on... It's... I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm really not enjoying myself. And it's hard to pay attention to a game you don't like. I know that sounds like such a stupid thing, but like having to actually try and pay attention to a game that's just the whole time is just spitting in your face is not as wonderful as it sounds. That's on me.
I am here to serve.
I don't even know if there are cheats at this. I just... Okay. Come on, brain. Alright. Alright. So, oh my god, we activated the other... Of course we activated the other pod. They roamed into us. Why wouldn't we activate the other pod? Okay. Really? Really? Sure, let's take cover behind this explosive barrel over here. There. Just back off. Back off. You just do nothing.
Yes, Commander.
Overwatch is so limited, I can't even use it properly. Like, I can't cover anything with Overwatch.
Your command?
Standing ready.
At your...
You notice I've sort of stopped using Overwatch except in really specific circumstances. Like, oh, I could Overwatch here. No. Or I could pull him back to this height and use that. No. That's just going to get him killed. The story is thrilling and detailed. Really? I mean, IGN is IGN, right?
Yes, Commander.
Can I do this and not get shot? I can. Okay, so let's get that heal out. I'm the wrong person. Perfect. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to heal him and not this guy. Okay, well let's do this. And then let's stop being an Overwatch, shall we?
The angels shall fall!
What's that? That gives me... What is that? Don't even tell me. Looks like that's an explosive? I have no idea what that does. Whatever. No, street entertainers can actually be talented and engaging, Trihexia. IGN is a hobo, who we all kind of humor because we feel bad for them. Don't do it, Savacom. You already have a lanyard. Don't do it. Nope, nope. Okay, that's fair, Von Falkenstein. That's fair. So I don't mean to insult hobos by comparing IGN to them.
The Aegis shields us.
Yeah, no, Phoenix Point is probably the game for hardcore XCOM fans, to being honest. That's them spawning more minions, if you were wondering. Yeah, see, here's the thing. I don't mean to sound complainy, but have you noticed how every unit, including my own, but also the enemies, can ignore terrain? Like that?
I see why.
They can go up or down, pretty much whatever. There's very few things, like you need the bottomless pits for the terrain to actually matter. And I bring that up because it actually reduces the amount of tactical options that exist here. Like, for example, I'm in a trench. I should have several options in order to try and trench up, right? Because if you think about it, there's really should be only 3 ingress points right now. One should be covered by that ramp over there. One should be the obvious point for the trench, and then, you know, the other ramp over here. Yes, I know there's this ramp too, but this ramp is covered by this. You can only get up through this one ramp, right? So if I can cover that ramp, nobody can get up top. But instead, they can just go wherever, and that's why I'm literally surrounded in a trench. This is not the first time I've had that problem. It's just, it's really frustrating on this map, because for all intents and purposes, I might as well be on a flat terrain right now. Okay. Let's just shoot some people. I never played Gears Tactics. I heard good things about it, though. Why can't I shoot them? Oh, that's why. Okay, sure. I accept that. I accept this, too.
Moving now!
Yeah, sorry, Von Falk. I'm not going to try to save you. I give up. You're dead. You're dead. You're just going to have to accept it. I mean, that might be Blade Tuval. Maybe I should just stop using my brain and stop assuming this game has depth that it doesn't. That sounds like a weird statement, but I mean, it's very valid to think. It's like, well, you know, maybe I am too stupid.
What is your will? What is your will?
Alright, so you are very dead. Cool. Alright. So let's do this. No, actually, hang on.
Iolanthus.
Okay.
The Emperor.
I also feel like this game expects me to not be playing in an Iron Man mode. That might be part of my problem. Maybe the game wants me to start reloading, which you notice I haven't actually done. Alright. We have tons of armor, not Triaxia. Von Falkenstein, go! Get out of there. Get out of there! Let's... Can we get rid of that freaking thing? Okay. Alright, let's go back to here. Get shot. Does nothing, because we have armor. Okay. You have 1 AP left. So let's make sure you're good to go. Switch over to you. Can't heal you. You're out of range. So heal yourself. I bought you 1 turn, Von Falkenstein. Next turn's going to be trickier. Let's stop being surrounded by jackasses. And let's see what happens. It's the heal for your bot, Von Falkenstein.
It is their will! Gods, watch over me!
Please don't...
Die! It bleeds! It bleeds!
Just completely surrounded by these nonsense. Yep, yep. This is just my life. Just fighting 20 things, all of which are my equal. And there's the Overwatch. I knew it! They had to get that Overwatch in, right at the end there. Just had to get that in, didn't you?
I am here to serve.
Okay. I'm out of ammo, because of course I am.
Rearmed.
Can I... Yes, and that won't attack my friendlies, because it's a psychic attack, so... Clear the board a little bit.
But there are warp disturbances emerging nearby. We will begin teleport extraction immediately.
What?
We are the hammer.
Oh my god, now I have to live for 3 turns. Also, in case you missed that, that's 2 additional pods which are about to spawn on my face. I'm currently fighting 2.5. And losing.
Standing ready. Sandfall. My blade is yours.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna heal yourself, because we need to not lose the healer. And then I want you to run. Just get out of here. But there's nowhere to run to. Great. That's wonderful. Reload. Reload. Yeah, this was the easy difficulty mission. There was a medium and an extreme, which I looked at and said, nope, no. Clearly I'm having issues. Let's go the easy route. That's what easy means, right? I'm trying to level up my guys and get some gear and get some experience. I'm upset because I was trying to be responsible. Like, no more screwing around. No more, like, being lackadaisical. It's like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do this proper, like.
Yes, Commander.
Wow, that actually bypasses that Overwatch. Holy crap. Yeah, so get out of there, Von Falkenstein. Get out of there! Go! There's no cover. Of course there's... Why doesn't this provide cover? Look at that. Why does this pit not provide any cover? Not even half cover. Oh my god. Fine, go here. Hunker in, would you? Yeah, can I do this on myself? Nope, I didn't think so. Who's left?
Your orders.
You with 1. Can you shoot anything here? Nothing useful. I'll shoot that guy. Might shoot that guy.
Your orders?
Okay. Where's my targeting indicators? Okay, they're there. No? No, they're not there. How does this mechanic work? Okay, whatever. I don't know how this mechanic works, so we're going to try something, okay? And if it doesn't work, at this point, I don't care. So hang on, let's test something.
Your command?
Okay, so that's going to hit that spot. That's what I wanted to know. So it looks like it will not hit.
Unleash me.
Right here, very corner.
Waiting for targets.
Okay, so now he's up there and should be providing support fire to I don't know what. So if I shoot someone, hypothetically, he should provide support fire to it. Let's find out if it happens. It worked!
I must sanctify my round.
Holy crap. And I judged the range correctly on that. It would be nice if anything indicated that at all, because all of that was pure guesswork, what I just did. All of that.
Overwatch. It bleeds. Bleeds.
This is a turn-based, grid-based tactical game, Spartan. I mean, that's not the first mechanic I've had to guess how it works. For a game this over tutorialized, that's just kind of strange. Yep, I'm just kind of getting swarmed. Meanwhile, there's another round. But wait, there's more! 2 rounds left. Could you, like, recall me now? How does that count? So we just lost the servitor, which counts as a critical injury. So we just lost a requisition point for the fact that I couldn't control him and he ran back across the suppression line and then got killed. That's the penalty. I'm going to lose a requisition point because of that.
At your service.
This is actually pissing me off. We are on normal difficulty, Primarch, on an easy mission. Now, I know I like to joke a lot about how I'm dumb and stupid, but this is ridiculous.
What is your will?
What is your will?
Standing ready. Yes.
I mean, that's the same advice I keep getting in real life, Primarch. Just be luckier, lore. Oh, why I didn't think of that. I mean, my point is, obviously you're right, I have lost 3 requisition points, but it's not that I don't gain a requisition point. It's that I actively lose requisition points from default. Because of the fact that that jackass decided to walk across a suppression line. At this point, I'm tempted to let von Falkenstein die out of pure spite. I'm not going to do that, because that'd be stupid. Let's go heal von Falkenstein. Oh man, screw that game. Oh.
I must refocus, Commander.
Okay, so we've got... You know the best part? I actually looked earlier. I can't change difficulty in mid-game. So if I wanted to turn it down to easy, I would have to start over. Good lord, your range is terrible, Von Falkers. I know you're level 1, but god damn. You like how we're completely surrounded right now? Yeah, could someone do me a favor? I'm willing to put up the cheat flag for this game. Does anybody know? Damn it, don't do it too. Okay, I needed that, thank you. Does anybody know, are there mods for this game? Could someone Google that, please? Let's retreat way over here. Von Falkenstein just... Oh no, that's not safe. That's not safe. There's nowhere safe. There is no safe ground. I am completely surrounded. Okay. How much ammo do you have right now? How much ammo do you have? You have 0 ammo. Oh my god. Oh my god. I want you to do me a favor. I hate to continue to make fun of this game's awful UI. But tell me right now, look at the screen, take your time. How much ammo do I have on that character? Now, I technically already gave it away. But point to me on the screen where it says I have 0 ammo. Because I have 0 right now. I'll just give that away. Far left, good guess. Completely wrong. Hi, Tenant Hydra. Thank you very much for the sub. I will put that towards Overlord. Tiny number next to the portrait. Still a good guess. Still wrong. I'm just going to give this away. Nothing on the screen indicates my ammo. You know how I see my ammo? I have to specifically mouse over the shot ability. And you notice in the lower left, it changes that fourth slot to my current ammo counter. Because for some reason, they had to, and this has been bothering me for a while now, they only show 4 things in the lower left at any given point in time. So, for some reason, like ammo and whatever that is, I forget what that is, but like it doesn't show that unless you're specifically activating an action. So rather than having like multiple additional slots to show each of those things, it's context sensitive. Ah, okay. I saw, there's a new game plus. I saw that. Sorry. Thank you, 10-headed Hydra. Always appreciate. If you want to put that towards anything else, remember we have the plural voting system as of right now. So you can put it for up to 3 things if you'd like to. You do not have to, of course. It is purely optional, but I'm trying to make sure that people are aware of that. Yeah, see, this is the thing. This is something I shouldn't have to say. I love XCOM games. I adore XCOM games. This is one of my bags. Grid-based, turn-based, tactical strategy is freaking awesome. It's one of my favorite genres. There's a reason I gush about XCOM 2 so damn much, despite its flaws, right? There's a reason I've tried so many games of this genre over so many years. But I shouldn't have to say that I like good games of that genre. I shouldn't have to add that proviso. The older I get, the more I notice that I have to add that proviso, that I really wish I had such and such of such and such game, you know, such and such genre of such and such franchise. I shouldn't have to add, and it's also good. I don't like using trainers, but let's try something here. Oh, sorry, I should respond to my mother. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Warhammer 40k XCOM? I just wanted to make sure, 10-headed Hydra. Just making sure. Warhammer 40k XCOM sounds awesome. Imagine having, like, God, hang on. I can't even remember. Hang on. Dawn of War 1 Space Marine units. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let's pull up the unit roster. Happy Valentine's Day, exclamation mark. Sorry, comma, you caught me in the middle of a rant. Period. No cards, comma, just candy. Period. And fruit, of course, exclamation mark. And there you go. Hi, TSB. A trainer is a third-party software that actively manipulates the RAM, usually, as the game is playing. Okay, so we've got Servitors, TAC Marines, Scout Marines, Scout Sniper Marines, Assault Marines, Heavy Bolter Marines, Las Cannon Marines, couple of vehicles, the Dreadnought, of course. And we'll stop there. So let's look at this for a moment. So let's assume for a moment that we have access to a Servitor unit, a TAC Marine, a Scout Marine, a Scout Sniper Marine, an Assault Marine. By the way, if you don't know what an Assault Marine, we actually showed this off in Space Marine, the video game. That's the one where you go, bam, and you slam down on them because you have a freaking jetpack, which is used as a weapon. It's the Dragoon of Marines. Anyways, and then you've got the Heavy Bolter and the Las Cannon. So that's a decent unit variety. That's the stuff you get as a Space Marine in Dawn of War 1. That's awesome. That's some good variety. That's some good... It's not just people who have different abilities, per se, like different spells. It's people who functionally are different. Some of them just don't have the mobility of others. Some of them are smaller to a squad, which obviously doesn't matter for this, but my point is, some of them take up different amounts of space. Some of them have completely different move capacity. Some of them probably wouldn't be able to go up some of these walls. But the fact that they have such substantially different roles means you can actually do a lot of really cool and different things with them. So imagine instead of what I've got right now, which is, let's be honest with ourselves, 4 Marines, one of whom can heal, one of whom has a pet, and that's kind of the difference right now. Imagine if I had 1 Dragoon who could go and then slam down right here doing a knockback, throwing those down off of that high ground and giving me a little bit of breather room. Like, say, knocking out the fact that there was an Overwatch there earlier, which killed my whatcha-fig, the servitor, right? Imagine if I had a heavy bolter who I could scooch up this ramp to the top of here, just park out of cover, and start unloading on everything they can see to try and play down some suppressive fire and to dull some of the advancing forces, and so forth and so on. Forgive me, there's so much more this could, and if I might be so bold, should be. And the worst part of all of this is that I don't think this is actually that bad of a game. I know what you're thinking. What? But no. I think this game is, and I hate to use this phrase, but it's certainly gaining some traction, so we'll just follow the current lexicon. This game is mid. It's okay. It's average. I already called this a 9 to 5 game. I think I stand by that. This is a game that was put together by people who are like, eh. Okay, gameplay-wise, it's mid to Koida. The story's... yeah, the story's not great. Excuse me. Alright, now... God, I gotta live for 2 more turns. Mid has a new mod. Yeah, we got sushi games. I actually have played Divinity Dragon Commander. That is a unique game. It's not that great. But it is definitely unique. The problem is I have nowhere to run to. I can run towards those. This is the edge of the map right here. Or I can run towards these. Or I can run into these. Honestly, running this way might be the best because there's only 3 up here. Because I've actually been killing this pod. So I've talked myself into it. Let's just run into the north. Because, So, yeah, this is actually safe terrain now because it exploded. Yeah, go right there. And you have no ammo, because of course you don't. Would have been nice to, you know that earlier, but you know, that's too much. I might sacrifice von Falkenstein. Like, no offense, von Falkenstein, but your servitor's dead. You're terrible right now. Like, you're the worst. I love how none of this is cover. That's just so awesome. Let's do this. I'm gonna try... I actually would rather you live. But we're gonna just... You can't even hunker? Oh my god, you don't even have the ability to hunker down. You don't have the ability to overwatch either. End turn. God, those things have some movement. So far, the enemy variety is not terrible, but it's not great. We've got the melee dudes, we've got the exploder dudes, we've got the range dudes, the mage dudes, and the knight dudes. And that's it, those 5. I mean, okay, in the interest of fairness, if you look at the armor they're wearing, kneeling is probably pretty hard to do.
Die.
And Trihexia, my feet aren't doing great right now, to be honest.
You will bleed! Yes! Tear them down! Die, die, die! Ah!
Eat this!
We saw Korn very briefly earlier, literally for the tutorial. Excuse me, the first tutorial. Yeah. But, oh my god, there's another pod, which we haven't activated yet. But yeah, no, it's been all Nurgle all the time. So, hey, Von Falkenstein. Do something.
Get up! Get up! Get up!
At your service.
I think we're gonna lose Blade too. Look at this! Alright, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pull this little trick again. And we're gonna use it to save Blade's life, hopefully. Hopefully. Wish I had some AoE right about now. Well, actually, that's a good point. Does AoE exist? Can we AoE these right here? Let's go with these. Holy crap!
I am his will.
Hey, Blade Cheval, have some kills.
No! Don't give up now!
Good suggestion, thank you. Alright, so... how much ammo do you have? 1 ammo left. Okay, cool. Let's unselect that. Unselect that. Alright, hang on. I actually gotta think about this. You have 1 AP left. Can I can. So... get rid of him.
For the Emperor!
But he was chosen!
Yeah. Now, Blade, you only have 1 AP left, so I think you're gonna have to take an Oppie to get out of there. But, you'll only have to take 1 Oppie instead of 2. Honestly, just hunker in. It's the closest thing we've got to cover is this stupid little bunker area.
Affirmative.
Lapdogs of the false Emperor!
Okay.
Weak.
So Blade Cheval just got immobilized in the explosion area. And spotted by the Plague Marines. Like you do. I mean, since there's literally nothing else you can do. So, glad I gave you the armor. I think Blade's going down. There's just too many enemies that have the ability to shoot him right now. So that'll be technically 3 downs this mission, but 2, you know, non-whatcha-figs. Yep, there goes Blade.
Will not fail.
Eat this! Fall, monster! Die! 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 It bleeds! It bleeds!
Charge!
Okay, can we teleport out of here now?
Minor wounds sustained.
Please.
Beginning teleportation.
Thank you. Oh no, do I have to do 1 more turn? If I have to do 1 more turn, I don't think I actually got this. Okay. Yeah, that didn't feel like a victory. I'm not gonna lie. That felt like someone decided to stop kicking me in the junk. Yep, there's my loss of requisition. That's great. I got a grimoire out of that, so that's something. Alright. So, what's our replacements? We've got a rank 3 Tech Marine. I think I'm going to go for that. Well, actually, hang on. What do we got? What do we got? Plus 15% crit. Oh my god. Plus 15% crit chance on ranged attacks. We're grabbing that. What do we got here? A Stormbolter, which looks completely vanilla. A Stave, which looks completely vanilla. And an Armor, which can eventually be decent, but at the moment is just vanilla. Debating the Tech Marine, though, because that is a level 3 Tech Marine. It sure would be nice to know what level von Falkenstein is. You know, now that he probably leveled after that. I love the smell of pot roast when it's cooking all day, period. I admit I've been tempted to make pot roast sometimes just to be able to smell it, period. But yeah, let's go ahead and we're just going to turn that into the new von Falkenstein. You have to replace someone. Wow. Like, you should have leveled, but you notice, so let's talk about stack. I've actually noticed stack is important in this game because there's our turn and then there's the enemy's turn, but there's actually certain events that hit at certain layers of the stack, right? So, here's the deal. Stack is how you determine what happens when, and it's important for when you get into the nitty-gritty of certain types of tactics or strategies. I take the term from Magic the Gathering. I don't know if they came up with the term, but I don't care. So, this happens, then this happens, then this happens, then this happens, right? Now, the reason I'm mentioning this right now is because you gained experience in that mission, von Falkenstein. I mean, everybody does, even if you go down, but you stayed up, and you got several kills. So you should gain experience, but you haven't gotten experience yet. Do you notice that? If I go to swap you, you're level 1 right now, because we haven't hit that part of the stack yet. I feel like that would be useful information to know before you are forced into this screen. Which again, as I remind you, once we have picked the person, we can't do anything. As soon as we don't... I'm sorry, I'm so pissed off about this, I'm having trouble explaining it properly. Once we're in the loot screen, we cannot leave the loot screen without being permanently done with the loot that we got from that mission. So whatever we take or keep, whatever we lose, happens, and once we've done that, the end, right? So I can't be like, hang on, let me hold off on the loot, let me pause on the loot, check von Falkenstein, okay, he leveled to level 3, so I'm going to keep him and not take the new Tech Priest. I could do that if this game was well designed, but I can't because we're not there yet. I have to take or pick the loot, so I have to decide to take the Tech Priest, then I have to replace von Falkenstein, who may or may not have leveled, and I'll never know. I will never know because I'm replacing him. Now the experience goes in. Right there. Now you're right, von Falkenstein, but you get why this bothers me. It's effectively the game telling you to stop making decisions in a strategy game. Also, nobody leveled out of that. None of the people remaining leveled out of that anyways. I mean, I have no idea, Lieutenant Leroy Jenkins. If I knew how reality worked, then I'd have already fixed it by now. We are comparing this to XCOM a lot, yeah. Looks like some of the holes are fixed. You know, some of them aren't there anymore. Okay. So we've got 3 people who are dead. That's a good point, Von Falkenstein. That is a good point. Alright, so first and foremost. So here's one of the downside of getting a level 3 as is. I don't get to choose your abilities. This is your spec. You are spec'd into Sacrificial Discharge, which makes you target a combat servitor at any range to deliver a blast that deals damage over Area 4 target is destroyed. So you can turn your servitor into a bomb. Now, I don't particularly like that ability and wouldn't want that. So, what does it cost to retrain? It costs 2 requisition and 30 days to retrain. So I actually wish I hadn't gone with this. I wish I'd kept the original you, even wounded. Not critical, just wounded. Correct, Blade Troll. Okay. Okay. Whatever. This is Falcon 2 now. Yeah, we're buying a cat. That's exactly right. We're buying a cat bag. Okay. So now that we've done the easy mission, we can go do this one. This one's listed. Oh, this one's also listed as low difficulty. So there's one more easy mission, which we have to do with no critical injuries. See, the thing here, I like the way you've phrased that, Gigius. I appreciate the game trying to be hardcore, because I actually don't think this game is hardcore. I think what this game is removing the player from decision-making. I know that's a long and complicated way to say that, but I stand by it. The game has gone out of its way to not give me the information I need and to prevent me from making the choices I have thought about and I would like to make. That's on the strategic layer and on the tactical layer. Who I can equip, what the equipment actually does, what kind of people I can use on certain types of missions, how certain effects are going to go in certain ways, what kind of specs accomplish what, how certain mechanics work. I would like to be able to, like, I feel like with a polishing pass, or 3, this could actually be a pretty good game. Like, completely overhaul the interface. Completely overhaul the UI. Yeah, exactly, Blade Tripfall. And then allow me to actually make some of the decisions I'd like to be able to make with regards to who I set up when and what. I'm sorry, Oculus. Please don't hate me. Hi, Evo. You can hate me, Evo. I accept that. Okay, so... it's okay, Evo. I understand. I understand. Okay, so we're a little low on servitors. We're actually really low on servitors. Let's talk about something really, really basic here. Okay? Let's talk about bare bones interface design. Okay? This is actually kind of UI stuff. User interface. Look at the screen right now. Okay. Now that you've looked at the screen, How many of those things at the bottom can I currently train? Now, I know I'm doing this at such a basic level, but this game is failing at such a basic level that I want you to understand this. Because there's that little icon right there, which is blue, but not currently highlighted. The highlighted is the stuff we currently have. Okay, I'm with it. So we've got the blue thing, and a blue thing, and a blue thing, and a blue thing. That should be 4 things, right? Because the gray is clearly grayed out. But you'd be wrong, because we can't do that one, because we don't have the resources for it. Or that one. Or that one. Or that one. The amount of the things we can do on this current upgrade screen is actually 0, but nothing indicates that. By contrast, and again, look at this screen, that blue, same thing. You see what I mean? This is a perfect way to explain this. Exterminatus, that icon right there, 12, cannot do. That one right there, 6, can do. Look at the difference between those two, because there is none. Again, forgive me for being so basic, but this is extraordinarily basic UI design. I think you're right, Dakota. Because, yeah, the gray just means it's locked. It has a prerequisite. It has nothing to do with whether or not we currently have the resources to build it. Thank you, Bragwin. I will put that towards the RTS block. Exactly, Loke. There should be some other indicator. Again, like another color or whatever. That's like, hey, this color is something you, excuse me, this color is something you can afford. And, you know, this color is something you cannot afford. Yeah, before clicking on it. Without having to do this, 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 this. It should be at a glance. There's a reason I call it that. It should be at a glance. I hope not, Trihexia. If it is, this would not be the first Warhammer 40k game we just put down. So now that I'm manually checking everything that I can upgrade, looks like we can do some ship stuff. We still haven't encountered ship stuff. We can do some of this. So you asked me to do, what was you're asking me to look at? Mechanical bay. Where was the mechanical bay? Oh, there it is, right there. Prerequisite, ship damaged. But it restores the hull to max. So that's repair. Battlefleet Gothic 2, Trihexia. This feels like the least priority thing, but at the current rate of churning through soldiers, I think we might actually have to get the increase in barrack size. Let's go and do it. Let's commit to it. It's one of the only things we can even afford at this point. And apparently I just suck at this game because Oculus apparently was just stomping. Real quick, what difficulty were we playing on? Because if you're playing on normal, then yeah, I just suck. So... let's see. Hey! Pancake is back, but isn't going to be back for 48 days. Yeah, Battlefleet Gothic 1 we might actually do a stream of someday, but BFGA 2 is in the veto territory. Wow. Let me ask you something. How many of you, looking at that, would automatically assume that the thing at the top is going to happen sooner than the thing at the bottom? which it mostly is. Except, why is this thing, which ends in 11 days, on the bottom? Now, that's a little thing. It really is. I'm not going to nitpick that much. But I want people to look at that and understand that someone somewhere decided, for some reason, to put the social status thing down here with no visual indicator of distinction whatsoever, other than the fact that I happen to know that that happened because of a social event and not anything else. Like, that's actually the next thing that's going to happen. Doesn't even show up in the limited thing. Hello, Polikas. Please forgive me. What's the usual? This has been a day. This has been a day. The Dragon Age block, thank you. Okay. So, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna look up cheats really quick. No reason. We're gonna use my usual source here. What do we got? So let's drop a save here. That's what I'm here for, Mr. Red. Whatever it's worth. Alright, so... Sure. So, I'm not officially... It's the reason I saved before I did that. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Jesus Christ. Is because I want to test this, and then I'm going to cut off for lunch, because, you know, it's lunchtime.
Fool!
Storm!
You've fairly leveled. What are you? You're my interceptor. Let's gain that, and start thinking about what else I want to put into. Yeah, I think I agree, and I kind of want to go up here too, so let's go over here. Probably, so, in the interest of deference, one of the only things the game does right on UI is this screen right here. Now, there's still some flaws with it, but, like, the fact that I can't mouse over this stuff, so... I was trying to praise you, game. But the point is, we can see what their name is, their class, their level, their current HP, their current WP, and any modifiers to them, along with what they have equipped, at a glance. Now, that's good. You know what's not good is that there's no mouse over. I should be able to mouse over this right here. I should be able to double check and say, hang on, is that the right gun I want for that? Without having to click and then select, and then see this up here. There should be a mouse over for that. But anyways. So, while we test out this cheat, I want to share something. That's true, Yura. That's true. It's funny you bring that up. I'm gonna share one other little tidbit. Now, feel free to tell me if I'm wrong here, Yura, because you actually work in mobile development. But I know a few people who work in mobile development. And we've chatted about game design, and one of the weirdest things is that in mobile game development, from their perspective, so again, very, very anecdotal, there's like no push for mouse over design. In terms of, because you can't do mouse over. You can't do mouse over on a phone. It doesn't work that way. Mouse over would be selecting on a phone. So most of the design is more about selecting something to see it rather than holding the cursor over it to see it. And you can see the fundamental difference in mentality there, because on a phone then you want to actually click on something in order to see something, whereas on a computer you could just glance at it, right? And that changes how you do interface design.
Target C.
Oh, this looks cool.
Identified. However, thermal readings register below safety protocols.
We are no wolves of Fenris, but such factors will not deter us. Elimination of these seeds is paramount.
I'm sorry, I don't even know what Zachtronics games are off the top of my head. I might have played them, Contraxpia, but I'm not sure. All right, so again, we're just testing cheats, so we're just gonna do this. It's probably not gonna work, and that's okay. But I want to see if it works. So let's send Pancake up here to, I don't know, here, sure.
It will be done. Let the hunt continue.
That's another thing. Screen real estate is a real problem when it comes to a mobile game.
At once.
Because in a PC, you've got tons of real estate to work with. Honestly, same on a console game. But on a mobile game, you got this. And I have a large phone too. This is a larger than normal size. This is all I got, right? I'm not saying this is a mobile port, but as has been pointed out before, these developers have only worked on mobile games prior to this game. Okay, so that cheat is already not working. Cool, that sucks. All right, what else we got here? But that's why I mentioned the mentality of game design, rather than, you know, saying this is a mobile game. It just feels like this might be something where they are thinking of it from a mobile development perspective. I'm gonna go with no then, Contraxpia, because I don't, none of this sound familiar. Sorry. Sorry it's taking me so long. I have no idea, by the way, Linear. Sorry. I'm not super cognizant. It is. We are once again about 15 minutes into my lunch break.
I strike true.
So that works at least. So that's one cheat that works. Infinite use of items. Infinite use of war gear.
At your service.
That is a cheat, but that means infinite grenades, infinite heals from the whatchafigs. It stops them from being a consumable once per mission and turns them into infinite per mission. Let's test something. One more thing.
Strong we shall stand.
I'll say that just basically gives me an infinite use potion on whoever I want to put it on. See you around, Primarch. So that worked. Now hang on. Let's teleport.
Gliding through the...
Your command?
Let's use one of my healing items. Well, let's see if it works again. So let's end the turn again. Let's see if we have 5 AP this turn. Nope, we still only have 4 AP. That's strange. Still, we have 4 AP instead of 3, for some reason. Let's try this one. Screw it. One more. One more cheat while we're here. Let's watch the Warp Surge, because it's at 35%. And it reset it to 0. So, that gets rid of Warp Surge as a mechanic. And we have infinite war gear use, and we have 4 AP per turn instead of 3. I don't understand why it's only going up to 4. But that could be something we solve. Right now. Let's be silly. Shall we? Let's be ridiculous. So, hang on.
Here.
Your orders? I am here to serve.
So, first of all, do that.
Firing on target.
This is pretty silly.
I will defile your corpse.
You went over the pit, dude. Screw you. Alright, so, now let's end the turn.
Advance with enduring. Strong we shall stand.
And we only have 4 AP. I think you're right. I think 4 AP is a hard cap on the system. So I think that's just stuck there. So this costs mana, right? And right now I have 6 mana.
In an instant.
And now I have 5 mana, so that doesn't work. So we do not have infinite mana. That doesn't work. But we do have get rid of Warp Surge as a mechanic, infinite war gear use, and 4 AP instead of 3. That appears to be the cheats we have access to. Those are really softball cheats, but that's what's working right now. I'll look into some other stuff later, because right now, I'm about 20 minutes into my lunch break, and I would like to eat something today. So, I'll see you guys in a bit.